say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Hey, good morning. I hope you have an awesome Thursday. But I'm getting ready to hit you with another one. I got this new calendar, y'all. That's why I've been doing this. I got this new calendar. And on my new calendar, it says, today is World Emoji Day. Boy, I've seen it all. Today is World Emoji Day. Now, y'all may have already known that, but I didn't. But I want to share something with you. And I want you to think about this because I'm trying to help you to be able to see God in everything that you deal with in life. And it's found in Psalm 30, verse 5. It says, for his anger lasts only a moment, but his favor lasts a lifetime. Weeping may stay for a night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. Now, that's one translation that I want to read you. This other translation that I think is going to pop off the pages at it. He says, for weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Like that one, don't you? So let's read it this way. Psalm 30, verse 5. For his anger only lasts a moment, but his favor lasts a lifetime. He says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. He's letting us know that, yes, this too shall pass. And I promise you, life is going to give you stuff that you want to pass. And once it passes, you step over and keep going. Don't allow yourself to sit still and become stagnant. I want you to enjoy the power and presence of the Lord. God bless you. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
I'm a little heartbroken, guys. You didn't get a chance to listen to the opening. Brad Bentley actually was on the air with me, and we're going to share this with you later when he drops back in. Marty Mangiello, who is a White House chef, a presidential historian chef, a veteran, actually wrote a poem of a menu recipe that he created for me, Jimmy Mac and Cheese. We're going to get you that recipe in just a little bit. We are in acceleration here. I'm understanding that a lot of you guys have missed the first part of the show. So if you are, in fact, here on the tube of you, welcome all of you guys to the raucous reality of hashtag RGR, Road Gang Radio, where neither the listening nor the subscription cost you anything. Cost me my heart this morning. Oh, Nelly. It's a fast and furious format of freight, facts, and fun, fueling your Monday morning. So I didn't get a chance to set this up because a lot of you didn't hear me. John Maley, of course, who does the Stay in Your Lane podcast and is a senior executive, sales executive, is joining us this morning. Thrilled to have him. Righteous guy. He has got a piece of content that has gone really viral. It's got 14,000, probably going to hit 15,000, 16,000 anybody who knows anything about the way the internets and the newfangled technology works, I wouldn't be surprised if John got himself to about 20, 25, 30,000 by the time this is all said and done. He has got a great piece of content, and what's interesting about it is while the topic is incendiary, the presentation of it is just the facts, ma'am. It is an absolute thrill to have him on the show. We may take him over into Tom Bray's segment a little bit before letting him shuffle off this radio and this online platform coil. John, good morning. How are you, my friend?
Very good, Jimmy. How are you, sir?
I'm having a morning, John, but a good one, by the way. We're kind of fired up over here. Lots of people beginning to pour into the chat. By the way, Joe J just told me online, he said, I got a $150 fine for late delivery around here. Joe, I will happily pay it since I am back on the air. How you doing, though, John? What's going on?
Well, to be honest, I'm hungry this morning after hearing the brisket mac and cheese.
Oh, my God. You got to hear it. Our friends on YouTube did not get to hear it. We're going to bring Brad back. But the brisket mac and cheese recipe, and I've seen the recipe in proper, is knock your lights out terrific. You're going to be at that party, by the way. You're going to be here with your wife on July 23rd, are you not?
Yes, sir, I am. Looking forward to it.
Can't wait to get you
Very
down there.
much.
We're going to get that bourbon tasting. All right, John, I want you to do yourself the honor of unpacking what it is you and Bob Costello, what you guys dug into. It is a terrific conversation, and it's worth kind of unpacking it here for our listeners as well. I've shared it on my Facebook, and we'll be sharing it on Facebook for Radio Nemo Online after the show today to give people another chance to kind of digest it again. Tell us what's going on.
Well, Bob Costello is chief economist for the ATA, but most people I don't think really realize he handles tariffs, cross-border, in his history there of more than 20 years. The man is, masterfully skilled and a great person, I'll add to that. But the enjoyable part of understanding this is, he's been through multiple administrations, right, in the past 20-plus years in his role. So not only does he have, visibility of what is to come, he has the benefit of the history and understanding what's been done previously. So I thought it was a valuable topic for Bob and I to discuss just because of the foundation and the value that he can bring to the audience. It's a touchy subject, but it's one that's worth really looking at. You've got drivers on both borders that he brought up that are running U.S. freight, which we know is illegal.
The magic word is cabotage. The magic word is cabotage.
Cabotage, correct.
Yeah. And
so what they've got actually proof that it's happening at a high level on the southern border. And his thought process was that it doesn't seem to be as bad on the northern border because the incentive isn't as balanced. But I think it's definitely, from what he shared, this administration and Sean Duffy, they're going after it. And normally when you hear that in previous administrations, you're going to say, okay, all right, well, they're going to be watching it, keeping an eye out. But he stated that they were looking to sink their teeth into it.
Yeah, it's the absolute truth. It's a really great piece of content, by the way. I wanted to really quickly bring up the fact that there are a couple of things here culturally that are at play, too, because we have a lot of callers on this show who are, in fact, Canadian drivers who will come into the U.S., drop off their load, and turn right back around and go back. I also think that the relationship, the overall kind of cultural relationship between Canada and the U.S. makes it a lot less problematic. It's also a much smaller country population-wise and has a much more stable economy, meaning that the Canadians don't need to bring our dollars back to their country in order to kind of function. I think part of what's happening down at the southern border, why there's a bigger problem, is you have people who are looking for a better living and often will be willing to kind of work between the lines to pick up those extra loads where they shouldn't be doing it. One of the things that you and I talked about yesterday when we were setting up this segment is one of the things that is interesting about this is that a lot of people often don't take politicians at their word. You just kind of alluded to that idea of, yeah, you'll be looking at it closely. God bless you. These guys often, when they say things to people, they mean it. They do mean stuff literally. And there is a real push that is going to kind of, it's already started, but it could get really in depth that if anybody is playing games with who's hauling their freight, they might find themselves in a lot of trouble. Is that fair?
Oh, I think that's when you hear something from different people, it means different things, right? It's just the world we live in. Everybody says what they maybe say or feel, etc. But with this administration, the wheels are on the ground and they're moving. So, Bob alluded to the fact in the previous episode we did with Bob 2 weeks ago, the speed that the administration is moving is astronomical. He's handling tariffs, and with it changing by the day, it is. I think it has everyone on their heels, but they're moving forward, and he said he's never seen anything like it. So when you hear that this administration is actually focused on it, has proof that it's happening, and that they're going after it, now all of a sudden, you would say, hey, it all kind of hinges on enforcement. Well, we've seen, when this administration says they're doing something, they are doing it.
Right.
They're moving forward. So this is going to get difficult. There's more to this. One of the comments on the podcast, the gentleman Fabian Buentello 5694 stated that Texas has a transportation code 522.043, and what that states is the English language proficiency rule is an interstate rule, but Texas has a transportation code there, the 522.043, that actually allows for non-English speaking drivers to operate in Texas. So now we say, hey, wait a minute. What does the enforcement look like today versus, we hear English language proficiency in interstate, commerce. Now when Texas itself has really a loophole there, how is that going to be enforced?
Well, you and I also, by the way, talked about this yesterday, because, John, I want to make this really clear. If you get a chance to listen to John's podcast, and you should listen to John's podcast, by the way, you're going to find the same measured tone that John is exercising now. He's exercising on that podcast. That's what's so explosive about the podcast, is that it's not this sort of screaming and shouting and carrying on. It's simply laying out the facts. And he made the comment, too, about Bob Costello, is that what Costello is doing is he's looking back over other administrations and seeing how they've handled this stuff, and based on those models, it looks like these guys mean business. The issue here is we also had a conversation about states' rights versus federal, the ability of the federal government to kind of exert this. In the wake of the proficiency, which, by the way, it's not a new law. I mean, all they have to do, you said the magic words, enforcement. So much of this doesn't require an act of Congress. It doesn't require any sort of change of policy on paper. It simply requires telling the people who are boots on the ground, many of whom, despite the fact being, state employees, are governed by federal policy. I think that's a real kind of point of friction here, because it puts a lot of the Texas fat cats, many of whom are Republicans and support this president, into a position where it's like, are you going to support your local donors and work with them on the Spanish proficiency situation, or are you going to follow the mandates from the FMCSA? This could be really friction driven in the next couple of months. Is that a fair assessment, John?
Oh, I think it will. I would probably be laxed in the discussion about it if it were a different administration. But from what we're seeing, they're moving forward, and they're moving forward intelligently. So next week, Jimmy, you and I are going to sit down and talk about this at a deeper level because we have much more to discuss. But I think focusing today on how does this work from a federal level, at a state level, from a safety level? You know that this administration has said they're going to put American drivers first and Americans first. And that seems to be the motive for the administration.
Yeah, and
with the documented proof of what's going on that they have, it's actually, you know, at a point where it may cause capacity issues.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is the fact that that wouldn't be a bad thing if, in fact, what is going down on the border in Texas and all across the southern border is, in fact, as widespread as they think it is. This could actually begin to kind of change the capacity situation and the capacity problem. How much we don't know. We'll find out in the aftermath. The big thing that I'm interested in too, John, and worth talking about when you and I get together and talk next week. And by the way, guys, that's the @Stay in Your Lane podcast, 7751 on YouTube. @Stay in Your Lane podcast, 7751 on the tube of you. John joins us this morning. He is the host of that podcast, and we're so thrilled to have him on. But the other thing is, too, at some point there will be midterm elections. And at some point, that is probably when this will get figured out in regards to what I call pure policy, in the sense that at some point it has to be codified. Are you following me? Is that the enforcement is important. I'm glad they're enforcing it, but people are going to be sort of asking for clarification and clarity, as opposed to boots on the ground, push in, start doing something, and then wait to ask for forgiveness. That seems to be a lot of the way they operate too, is that they do things and then wait for either the courts or Congress, which seems unwilling to do anything, to step in and then say, okay, so what does this look like when it's actually codified? And I don't mean that negatively. I just mean it just seems to be the policy is go grab them and get them. Is that fair?
Well, absolutely. When I started at Triple T in this industry in 1994, late 94, the fine for a truck being on our roads in the United States without insurance was $10,000 per day per vehicle. Which seems like, okay, if you got 5 trucks and your insurance lapses, that's $50,000 a day. There was zero enforcement of that. Right? Who's there to enforce that?
Right.
Okay, so you're going back 30 years, and there's no enforcement of it. I said, why does this law even exist? I've never seen or heard of any enforcement. Well, it depends on what the administration is focusing on. So understanding the arrangement. In Mr. Duffy's take from transportation, you're looking at border security on both sides, the north border and the south border. We've had a fentanyl crisis. We have drugs coming in back and forth that they're trying to shut down. You have public safety of our roads. So all of this kind of ties into the motive here of going after this. And I'll be honest, I would pay attention to what Mr. Costello says when he says that they're going to sink their teeth into it.
Oh, yeah.
And he makes a point to bring it up on our show to let everyone know that watches our podcast, this is coming. It's not, there was no hesitation on enforcement, which most of the time is the way we would look at something. Well, let's see how are they going to enforce that? With this administration, I think you can count on enforcement. And to your point, they're going to break some eggs to make this omelet.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're going to, like I said, and the thing is, too, is that they've still got a year and a half to go before they're going to get pushback, if they get pushback at all, in regards to anybody, because literally Right now, the Congress of the United States pretty much says whatever you want, with the exception of a few outliers on both sides of the equation. John, there's so much more to talk about. Like I said, I want people to head over to Stay in Your Lane Podcast 7751. I'm going to say it again. Stay in Your Lane Podcast 7751. Guys, this is really informative stuff, too, by the way. We here at Radio Nemo don't think that there's a small pie of which we're all fighting for pieces. We think there's a lot of pie to share in regards to information. We want you checking out stuff like this. Head on over there. I'm going to be heading over to John's neck of the woods with Jamie Jones next week to keep this conversation going. John, I can't thank you enough for making time for us this morning. I really appreciate you. We're going to get the word out, as we all say, added value, my brother, added value, and I'll see you on the 23rd. Actually, I'll see you on screen next week, sir.
Very good. Thanks for having me.
John Maley, of course, with Triple Transport. He's the man with the plan. Thank you so much. And he's got the Stay in Your Lane Podcast 7751 on the tube of you. We'll be right back on the other side. We're going to go on the highway with Tom Bray. Phone lines are open.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Oh, you know exactly what time it is. It is Highway with Tom Bray on Road Gang Radio.
On the Highway with Tom Bray, one of the other long-running segments, one of the segments I've been doing since I have been here, one of the great gifts that Dave Nemo gave me when I took over on the other platform on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays was that he gifted me a couple of segments. One of them was On the Highway with Tom Bray. The fellow from J.J. Keller has arrived, lean and mean and on the scene. Glad to have you here, my brother. How you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself, Jimmy?
Not bad. We can actually take a little bit of a moment here, by the way. This is interesting, too, because you've been in this racket for a long time. You've been doing this gig for a long time. And one of the things that, I thought was important about John Maley's podcast is, look, there's a lot of people saying a lot of explosive stuff about both borders, about immigration policy. I would not have brought any of those folks on. I'm not here to increase the temperature. I realize that if it bleeds, it leads. You can get a lot of clicks and a lot of support that way. It also doesn't do service to the men and women who drive for a living and do the listening over here. John's podcast is a little bit different because we can say a lot of things about Bob Costello, and there are places where I really differ with Bob Costello in regards to his view of the economy. It was like I'm going to be really blunt about Bob. It was like pulling teeth to finally get Bob to say that there was a lifestyle issue that was also at play in regards to how truckers were treated was part of the deal, that it wasn't just about more pay, but that people weren't being treated properly. He came out and he said it. He finally said there's a lifestyle issue at play here. But Bob's an honest broker. And Bob is not an alarmist, and nor is John Maley. So when they did that podcast, when Bob Costello says they are targeting people engaged in cabotage, I have this crazy idea I might listen to it. And that podcast is really, how shall I say, measured. It's not explosive, meaning that they're not looking... They didn't mean to get all those clicks. You know what I'm saying? They didn't set out to be like, okay, so how can we maximize our podcast coverage and how many people are listening and following? Because, the next podcast goes right back to, talking about rates and capacity and all other kind of stuff that they deal with. But it does have an impact. And let me ask you a question. You did a lot of driving in the early days. Not so much now because, You have, I'm not sure if it's
Other things.
I'm not sure if it's an upgrade or a lateral move. It depends on who you talk to. Did you ever get a chance to drive down on the border, ever, on either border? Were you ever a guy who actually crossed the border or drove down in any of those neck of the woods?
Across the northern border regularly. It's part of living where I live up in the northern tier. So I worked a lot with Canadian carriers, Canadian freight, Canadian borders, broker borders, you name it. At the southern border, I used to do border swaps in both Texas and California, where we would meet a Mexican carrier that would take our trailer across and load it. They'd bring us a loaded one. We'd give them our empty, and they'd run it down to the manufacturing plants that were just across the border to load for us. And then, like I said, I'd take the loaded one I just picked up and bring it back to wherever to unload it. So I never crossed into Mexico, but I did the border swaps back in the day. This goes back to the 80s, by the way. And the problem with cabotage is, and always has been, actually catching it. And that's where you talk about where the rubber meets the road. Okay, how do you know that Canadian driver and that Canadian carrier doesn't have legitimate U.S. DOT authority, is not a U.S.-based carrier? This is getting sophisticated, and there's ins and outs, and there's problems here and problems there as far as trying to figure out, is this actually cabotage? Or is it a U.S. carrier? Is it a Canadian carrier that has a U.S. sister company, and the U.S. sister company is now doing the move? The Canadian driver just brought it in. Now the U.S. carrier is doing the move. It's very difficult to catch on the road. Officers aren't that well trained in this area, and they don't have the sophistication. I don't want to use that word. That's the wrong way to put it. They don't have the tools to be able to catch it on the road in a lot of cases. So that's where the problem lies, is trying to figure out, how do we actually catch this when it's happening? And then how do we make sure it stops? Because so long as there's money to be made doing it, human nature is going to win. People are going to do it.
Well, and the other thing is, and this is speaking from a law enforcement standpoint too, the other thing that people always forget, I'm going to go really in the left field here, Tom, because actually this is all going to segue very nicely into what you want to talk about, because we are talking about the new and changing DOT world. What is interesting about this, too, is that people don't realize that the infamous crime bill of 1993, the one that a lot of people screamed to the high heavens about, it actually worked. The bigger thing it was I've always said that President Clinton at the time couldn't get a jobs package passed. So what he did instead was he passed a crime bill that put 100,000 more police, 100,000 more firemen, and about 50,000 more EMTs out in the field. What is that? That's a jobs bill. And for the first time in a long time, you can actually say that the crime rate's precipitous drop wasn't because we put everybody in prison. The crime rate's precipitous drop happened because we had more people doing law enforcement, more people doing mental health checks and all that kind of stuff. One of the other problems with catching cabotage is you just pointed it out, it takes time. I mean, it takes time. I mean, you've got to basically, if in fact you suspect somebody of doing cabotage, you then have to go through every single step of the way you talked about. Do they in fact have a sister company? Do they have a parent company? Is this in fact playing itself out like this? And if it is, you've then wasted an entire day of law enforcement when you could have maybe caught a bad hombre on the road trying to figure this out. We don't have the law enforcement agents, enough of them, present in the field to really do the kind of diligence you need to do to figure this out, correct?
Yeah, and that's the big challenge. And to try to catch it afterwards, the volume of freight, that's one of the issues you deal with either border, because we are in an international economy, whether we like it or not. And just the volume of freight that's coming across the borders by truck, it's literally, I would not be the person that has to sift through all of that customs paperwork and then the follow-on shipment paperwork from the carrier and the follow-on destination information to try to figure out which ones involve the driver that came in, ran a load in the United States or multiple loads in the United States, and then ran out. Because it would be a daunting task.
Well, yeah,
and so it's one of those things.
Yeah, you've got to target you got to target the company, because the driver might have been a one and done, and then he drifts into the ether, and then they send somebody else over, and you start the whole. You can't target a driver because you'll never catch them. Well, by the time you realize what's happened, they've faded into the woodwork. I mean, that's fair too, right?
Well, the other issue is if you caught the driver, to use the crime term, you've caught the foot soldier. You haven't caught the lieutenant or anybody further up the chain. And what they'll do is they'll just get another foot soldier. They'll just put another driver across the border to do the same thing. So that's where the concept, we're going to stop these drivers. That's not going to stop it. That won't even slow it down. You've got to get to the people that are actually controlling it and doing it. That's where you need to get. And it was mentioned earlier, you got to make it hurt. I mean, there's got to be a fine significant enough or punishment significant enough that they say, this just isn't worth doing anymore. We're losing big time doing this. So long as it's just their driver gets a ticket and placed out of service, the companies that would be willing to do cabotage aren't going to care if they lose a driver. They'll just replace him.
Yeah. And that's it. And by the way, before we actually pivot into the new world of the DOT, that is such a great point that I want every single listener to keep in mind. Yes, it's easy to be infuriated with an individual human being behind the wheel. That human being often is just that, a human being looking to simply improve their lot. And it happens over here across the border as well, too. If, in fact, somebody is hiring droves of illegal aliens or immigrants who are here illegally, they are, in fact, getting rid of them isn't the problem. There are always more people who come looking for that. It's actually sticking it to the people who are willing to lay out the money to let these people do this. And until we fix that problem, until the teeth is directed at the people who are at the top of this is going to go on. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment, because it's like a lot of things in our industry. Some companies look at the drivers and throw away, and when I joined the industry in the 80s, we were in the midst of this rampant deregulation, and the industry was changing literally daily. I mean, it was quite the upheaval, and drivers are being referred to as paper plates by a lot of people in the industry. Not the good people in the industry still like their driver. They pay drivers, they paid them well, they treated well. They were great people to work for. I was fortunate that I worked for companies that were like that back in that day. But other companies refer to their drivers as paper plates. We're going to use this one up, we'll throw them away, we'll get another one to replace them. Not an issue. That thought process is the same one that's in use by the companies that are doing things like these cabotage, hiring the immigrant drivers that aren't qualified, that can't meet the standards. They have that same paper plate mentality that was born out of the 80s.
Tom Bray joins us this morning. Of course, it's On the Highway with Tom Bray, and based on our conversation earlier with John Maley, which we will actually get up on the tube of you, most of yesterday's conversations the day before are making their way up there now, so you can always catch up on any missed content over there. And if I hope, by the way, we had a few problems this morning, but I hope actually, Dre, we can maybe ship over to Tara the recipe that our good friend Brad Bentley actually read, the rhyming recipe.
Oh, yeah. She should have it now. I think Brad sent it over to her earlier, but should we take a call when you have a chance?
Who do we got on the phone here?
We got old Mark in Oklahoma. He has actually something to talk about.
Okay, Mark, you're in with Tom, and good morning to you, and thank you for joining us on Road Gang Radio.
Morning, Tom. Morning, Jimmy. Morning, Dre.
What's up?
Morning.
Back when I was working with a Canadian carrier before I became a legal resident down here, we had a regular run. We would run down to Cleveland, Tennessee to the Mars M&M plant, get live unloaded, deadhead over to Crossville, drop our trailer, grab a different trailer, and then come back to Canada. Now, we kept trying to tell them, says, we're repositioning the trailer. We're not reloading the same trailer. Does that not follow under the cabotage? Or is that one of those gray areas?
No, that's not cabotage. Cabotage is where you actually conduct commerce. You pick up a load and move it. That's what cabotage is.
All right. So it's like if I delivered in Cleveland, Tennessee, grabbed another load in Cleveland, Tennessee, delivered it to Crossville, then grabbed my Crossville to come back to Canada, that would be cabotage.
Yeah, that's
that
cabotage.
Part of the load going
Correct.
From Cleveland. Okay.
That's
so
cabotage.
Moving an empty
Correct.
trailer wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, moving an
Yeah,
empty.
and the problem is how do you catch that? That's where the challenge is now.
Yep.
Not nowadays. The challenge has been since the 80s. How do you catch that when it happens?
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But that was just my example of what some of our drivers at that time thought we were sort of doing cabotage by moving the empty trailer, even though
But that's where people's heads should be at, Mark. That's in regards to that. That's, like I said, that's not cabotage, but that's where people's heads should be at. Anybody who is doing a legitimate crossing of the border should be asking themselves the question, is what I'm doing next cabotage? They should constantly be asking themselves that question, and that way they resolve it before it becomes an issue. Do you follow me? It's not that you're not stupid for asking that question, is what I'm telling you. It's not a dumb question. You know, right?
And good companies like yours back in the day apparently asked that question, you know, and got the answer to it. Say, okay, this is okay to do, you know, rather than just, hey, I can make $1,000 on this move. Let's do it. You know?
Yeah, but then again, our safety guy at that point was, you drivers are a dime a dozen anyways. You don't want to do it, I'll find someone who will.
Peak 80s. So, there you go. Peak back in the day right there, as Tom talked about. Mark, it is great to hear from you. And by the way, it's a great question by way of clarification, because I often find the best ways of kind of telling people what cabotage is what it's not. That's not cabotage.
Yeah, so that was also 20-some years ago. But on that note, I'm going to go play around some more here in some Cincinnati traffic. You guys have a great one. Catch y'all later, everybody.
Thank you, man.
Hey, and enjoy the Cincinnati traffic. It's always fun.
Yeah, by the way, if you get a chance, stop and get some chili. By the way, I will tell you this, though, Tom. If you eat some of the chili in Cincinnati, what you're carrying, that's not cabotage either. All right, let's pivot here for a second. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
I've got to tell you my favorite joke. You know, the only time a big truck has gas in it when the driver eats chili.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I specialize in dad jokes, by the way.
Well, I mean, thank you, by the way. This bad joke, by the way, is brought to you by, but not the responsibility of, ShadyRays.com. Go to ShadyRays.com and get their lost and broken protection plan. You can also find the best in customer service. They've got your back at ShadyRays.com. I got my bad dad joke segment out of the way. Thank you very much, Tom. Let's pivot now and talk about changes, what is new and changing in the DOT world under Secretary Sean Duffy.
Yeah, as was mentioned earlier, there's a lot going on. They're moving at high speed, and they're doing a lot of things, and they're doing it well. So, it's just the process has got to play out. But there's a lot there, One of the things, this is one of the things that has been around for a long time. There's certain rules I call zombie rules, because they just keep coming to life, and they just keep having a life of their own, even though they're not alive. One of them is the rear impact guard on trailers. And by the way, we had a big discussion. I'll ask you this. The rear bumper on a trailer, this is kind of stuff we talk about where I work, is also known in some circles as the Mansfield bar or the Mansfield bumper. You know where that comes from?
Yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, there is a star of Law and Order, SVU, who actually is the daughter of the woman who, in fact, it is named after. It's because of Jane Mansfield. If there had been, in fact, that rear bumper in place, Jane Mansfield might still be alive to this very day. She'd be old, but she'd be alive.
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
She'd be very old. You did. And the reason I figured you would know that is because of where that happened at and the history involved. She was down in Biloxi, Mississippi, going across the Gulf Coast when the crash happened.
Yeah, it's why I have Dre call me. It's why I literally every morning have Dre call me before he leaves. I always say, just at some point when you just about around the Frank Davis Bridge or the Industrial Canal Bridge, just give me a call and let me know you're safe. Anybody taking a ride down that Biloxi Highway, I get a little nervous. Dre will back me up here. I literally send him a message every morning. Just let me know when you're on the way. I get very nervous. Mm-hmm. By the way, what is the name of the gangster that Jane Mansfield dated?
Oh,
it's a great name too.
Oh, I can't remember at the moment. I know this, but I just can't remember it.
You're gonna love this name, Johnny Stampanada.
Stampanada, yeah. Great name for somebody in that line of work.
Okay, so let's. I totally took you off course. So, AKA the rear bumper on trailers, the Mansfield bar. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's also known as the ICC bar because they're the ones that put the rule in, or the ICC bumper. The rear bumper. Where there's an issue with this is, and some drivers have encountered this, and it's kind of like you're standing there scratching your head like, okay. They do the inspection, and for a while they were writing a violation if the manufacturer's certification label wasn't on the bumper, because that requirement got carried over from the NHTSA regulations put into the FMCSA regulations. And then there was a big focus on rear bumpers because of crashes. So all of a sudden officers were told to enforce all of those rules. Well, they were writing violations if the rear bumper didn't have a label. or the label is unreadable. Then CVSA got together with FMCSA, said, hey, we're not going to enforce this because this is kind of silly, and they couldn't enforce it. Then FMCSA told them, no, you have to enforce it. It's a rule. And then they came back later and said, no, you don't enforce it. You're right. It is kind of silly. And now what's happening is the new secretary and the new FMCSA leaders said, okay, let's just get it out of there and solve this once and for all. So they put forth a rulemaking to get rid of that label requirement on an existing trailer. New trailers will still have to have it. So when it comes to you as the purchaser, it'll have that certification on there saying that, yes, this bumper meets the standards in 571. It's just, the road officers aren't going to be enforcing that label being there anymore. So this is a good thing. The net is actually zero because they're not enforcing it now, but it gets that rule out of the books. So in the future, they can't decide, okay, now we're going to start enforcing it again.
You know, Tom, the thing is, too, is that, Marty Mangiello is, who's going to be joining us for the party on the 23rd. One of the things he specializes in doing is making the breakfast of previous presidents. And he made me think about General Grant, who gets a buckwheat and cinnamon apples breakfast. General Grant used to always say that the best solution to a bad law is either to get rid of it or enforce it to the hilt and make people want it to go away. And this is one of those cases where it's just better. If you have an unenforced law, get it off the books. If you have an unenforced regulation, get it off the books, because you never know when somebody's going to show up and just decide to start actually enforcing it, correct?
Yeah, that makes it hard on people like me that explain the regulations to people. It makes it hard on officers. It makes it hard on the people that do, investigations. Say, yeah, there's this rule, but nobody enforces it, so don't worry about it. Well, what happens when you run to somebody that does enforce it because it is there and I can use it? Is their logic. So get rid of it. And I love that Grant comment. Either get it out of there or enforce it so much people hate it so much that you have to get it out of there. Those are two ways. Luckily, we're doing it the other way on this one. It's just get it out of there before anybody decides to use it again.
Well, yeah, and by the way, let me kind of tell our listeners, by the way, and I've never been killed by my pillows, despite the fact that I've removed every single label from them, by the way. I just want to point this out. Neither a mattress nor a pillow has ever left me dead. That is it's a miswriting of that law. Those things are there so that when you purchase them, you know you got the real deal. Once you've got it, though, it can go. That's the twisted logic that's kind of playing out there. The danger of all of this stuff, and what people don't understand, is that becomes a very easy way for law enforcement to abuse its power. And you and I have talked about this with the English proficiency stuff too as well, that the most important reason to get rid of it is that it sometimes gives people in individual states, it doesn't take a corrupt county sheriff long to tell people, I need you to start looking for that. Why? We can stick it to people. You think I'm kidding, but Tom, tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me that nobody's ever done anything like that.
I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. That's one of the reasons that it got changed back in 2016 was the term I like to use is over-enforcement. It was over-enforced. The driver has a heavy accent, we're going to put him out of service. I couldn't understand what he said, and I'm not going to ask him the question again in a different way, so I'm putting him out of service. It just got over-enforced. So, that's the danger when you have anything like this. You have this rule that says you have to have a label on the bumper. You're giving the officers out there that want to be that way and do that kind of stuff a tool in their toolbox to use against you.
Yeah, and by the way, I will tell you, sometimes I have been around people and have had to leave the room because you realize you're having an illegal conversation where people say, "Oh yeah, man, if they won't cop to it, just bring them up on a sexual charge." And you're like, "Wait a minute." That's the thing. It's like, well, you can either take the deal for the drugs or we can get you on a sexual offender, of which you'll never escape from that. That's a he said, she said. Yeah, you get the idea, guys. It's a good thing to go away, because the other problem is with it is it's often what they call a crowbar, which is a device that is used to kind of pry open everything else, to kind of open the door to begin really kind of rummaging through your Shasta. Sorry about that. Let's pivot again. You want to talk about the death of the speed limiter, shall we?
Yeah, and this is raised
the zombie.
It's one of the zombie rule. I mean, this is the rule that's been dead and alive so many times, but they haven't withdrawn it yet, because the key thing is it's still out there as an active proposal. The agency said, we're not going to do anything with this. We're not going to move forward with it. And they have to get around to formally withdrawing. It's the only thing left for them to do. The problem is, and have been around long enough, it's likely to come back in the future. But if they withdraw it, it makes it harder for it to come back next time. So that's what's going on with that one. The thing that makes me chuckle with this is I'm watching different people talk about this. One of the comments I heard, this is now going to make it illegal for your company to put a speed governor on your truck. It's like, I have no idea where that started from.
Oh, I know where that started. That started from the companies. That started from the companies in their desperate attempt. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. This is me editorializing, not Tom. This is what I think was been going on from the beginning. Just like the ELD, the speed limiter is an attempt by a number of companies actually helping them control fuel costs, good for them, helping them control their insurance rates, good for them, and then suddenly realizing that certain independent operators and certain contractors can actually run faster, can actually do the job faster and gain a competitive advantage. So wanting to remove that competitive advantage from the marketplace, they say, well, you know what, we do this, so everybody should do this. And what ends up happening is that they turn around and then say, well, if they get rid of this, we're all going to have to get rid of our speed limiters. And the truth of the matter is that's not the truth. They're not telling people they can't have speed limiters. They're simply saying we're not going to make everybody else have speed limiters just because you have them. Did I get that right?
That is correct. Yeah, because the rule basically said that all heavy trucks, 26,000, 7 and 8 classes, would have to be limited at a to-be determined speed. They never did nail down what speed they were talking about. It had nothing to do with whether companies could or couldn't put a speed limiter, governor, whatever you care to call it, on their vehicles. It just has to do with setting a national standard. And that's going to be, it's pretty much gone for now. Again, it might come back in the future.
Well, Congress can take care of this really quickly, too, because people don't understand that the real power of this country actually lies in its Congress, not in the presidency, not in the executive branch. And if they really wanted to put an end to this, and there are efforts, by the way, in the House of Representatives and in the Senate to kind of finally put a firm, definitive end to this and say, and what Congress can do is simply say that the FMCSA has no executive branch power to enforce a speed limiter upon anybody and simply remove it from the table. But you're right, Tom. The problem is the fact that a lot of the safety advocates, God bless them, because many of those people have seen the worst that life has to offer, haven't fully grasped that most of the accidents that occur happen with orange cones around. It's speeding, but it's not speeding above what a speed limiter would limit you to, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. I always tell the story. I had a driver. We were governed at 68 miles an hour in our fleet. This is back when I was a safety person. And I had a driver that got a ticket for 30 miles an hour over the limit. When I brought that up in a safety meeting, the driver said, how did somebody get one of our trucks going 98 miles an hour? It must have been a really big hill. I said, no, they call it a school zone.
Bingo.
Speed for conditions is what creates the issue. So
yeah, exactly. It's like if you're in a construction zone and it's 45 miles an hour and you are doing 65, even if you're governed at 68, you're still doing 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. And if everybody else is actually doing the speed limit, you are a walking death trap. And there ain't no speed limiter in the world that's going to do a darn thing about it. And that's where usually bad things go down. Tom, we got to take a break here just in a moment. I want to remind people that we're on the highway with Tom Bray here on Road Gang Radio, #RGR. We are going to get some information coming your way pretty soon about the Jimmy Mac and Cheese. A little bit of brisket put on top of that as well, too. If you're not hungry already, I don't know what is wrong with you. You can give us a call, too, at 615-292-6366. Jump into the conversation. We're going to be talking about the new definition of medical treatment when we come on the other side of this. We're going to get an update on roadside inspections, how the form return process works, all kinds of other groovy stuff to talk about here. But we really want your input. We want your thoughts. As I said, Mark had a great phone call earlier asking for a point of clarification, asking for examples. If you're seeing any of this kind of enforcement or what it's going to mean to you, we would love to hear from you. Really quickly, too, to unpack the show one more time, Colin Long will be joining us at the bottom of the next hour for Washington Trucking Week, and we're going to be also having conversations in the second half of the show about what it means to do something new for the first time when you're a little bit older, as Ron Kinscherf joins us. Sam Kelly's going to be here to talk about the human history on drugs. Human history on drugs. You should check out Dre's video, by the way, he made with Madison. no drugs or illegal substances were used in the making of that video with Dre. So don't even think about it, guys. And Anthony Nally is going to be here for the RVer show. He is the executive producer and director of, he was also in charge of the Aviators. He's in charge of the RVers. We'll take a quick break here. Dre, hit that music. We'll head into the break. Road Gang Radio continues on the other side of these important messages. We'll be back with sports as well.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
We are back with round 2 on the Highway with Tom Bray on Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Hey guys, On the Highway with Tom Bray does in fact continue here, but before I get this sports report is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. Cut down on the glare of the hype with Shady Rays, lost and broken protection game plans. Their custom service and their knowledge, like a good major league team, is first rate. After all, they've got your back at ShadyRays.com. Tom, I kid you not, as soon as the bat made contact with the sinker, everybody in Kauffman Stadium knew what had happened. Jacques Cagliano, rookie for the Kansas City Royals, in the 4th inning, hit a 2-run home run. It cleared 3 fences, and at 566 feet was the longest home run ever for a rookie. Cags, which is his nickname, by the way, hit a second one as well. Kansas City 4, Pittsburgh 3. He, in fact, made the difference. On this day in 1937, Joe DiMaggio hit for the cycle for the first time and became, in doing so, became one of the only men to become eventually a guy who hit for the cycle twice. In 1956, the Cy Young Award was established on this day because Ford Frick, the commissioner of baseball, thought that pitchers were not getting enough attention when it came to the MVP award. And this is the anniversary, by the way, of Tom Seaver's, the Mets' Tom Seaver's, imperfect perfect game in 1969. He would lose it on the final batter. He would lose it to Jim Quallis, a rookie with a .223 batting average. Oh, my God. So close.
Which,
go ahead.
I would say, which is brought into Kevin Costner for the love of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught that connection at the end.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah,
they altered history in that movie, but they brought that part of it in.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, it's called The Imperfect Game because he pitched a gem. And as a matter of fact, there was a lot of discussion of whether to declare that the hit an error. and they decided against it. And Seaver at the end said, he goes, it still would have just been a no-hitter as opposed to a perfect game. So he said, what's it matter at that point? Absolutely correct. Welcome back to Tom Bray. I don't know if you know this. A guy said this is the craziest Guinness World Record I've ever heard in my life. He rode a motorcycle for 1,450 feet while on fire. Congratulations to him. I suppose there are times when I think the FMCSA, by the way, is actually riding a motorcycle while on fire, and it's what we're talking about here. Some big changes coming over at the DOT that we're kind of talking about, and some phone calls arriving as well. Before we actually get to the next point, we're going to talk about here with Tom Bray. What do you say we bring Showtime in on the phone? We got him. Let's get him in. Good morning, Showtime.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Interesting morning. Doing good. Good show.
That it is. Question for Tom. On ELDs, are they not supposed to be recording speed also?
No, that's not a requirement. The ELD basically captures the same thing as a paper log. In the background, what it catches as far as verification data are engine hours, total miles, elapsed miles, I guess is the right way to put it. I don't know if lapse is the right word. Having word trouble. But elapsed mileage. So it's just getting that information to verify the vehicle's moving and how far it's moved. It doesn't track speed. So that's one of the things that's just, a lot of companies have that as an option, which creates the confusion.
Okay, I was just wondering. Our company does, and I'm just asking because I'm here in California right now, and I'm setting my cruise at 59, and I'm out here getting run over. So I didn't know if these companies were recording them, if they're just letting their drivers, stay in violation like that. But, thing is, you can track through phones and other things how fast they're going.
And you can get an average speed, too. You can figure out the average speed based on what the ELD has kind of covered, too. That's a little bit more of a complicated process. By the way, Showtime, before you go any further, tell Tom what the temperature was in Coachella.
Yesterday at 5:06 p.m. in Coachella, it was 121 degrees.
Been there, done that. I picked up loads in a place called Trona, California, which is right next to Death Valley. So yeah, I've had the pleasure of enjoying summertime in that part of the world.
Oh yeah. Well, I transport cars in enclosed trailers, so we do for testing also. And last summer we were out in Maricopa, Arizona, unloading, and it was like 120. And inside my trailer it was probably over 140 degrees.
No doubt. That's one of those things when they invented the fiberglass roofs that seemed like such a good idea at the time, until you had to unload in the desert Southwest during the summer.
Well, but here's the other problem. You're loading vehicles that have been sitting out in the sun all day, so you're just loading ovens that are with a door open.
Yeah, I was going to ask. It's a deadly serious question. If you cracked an egg on any of those hoods, would it light it up?
Yeah, it'd probably just instantly cook it. I mean, literally, you have to be careful. I have to go in and out of the windows, so I put my arms against the car. You have to watch so you don't burn your arms.
Oh man, that is blisteringly hot. By the way, just to let you both know, Chowder just wrote, I say get rid of most of the speed regs, tech sensors, and hours of service and let natural selection take over. Beach Bum responded by saying, we know that won't work, but I like the way you think. Good morning, sir.
Yeah. We have those because we had people doing that before. That was the problem.
Yeah. And the problem is about natural selection is that all natural selection means is adaptability. It doesn't mean you're a good guy. It just means you somehow survived. You figured out a way to get through the loophole. That's all it means. Right. Where are you headed today, Showtime?
I'm headed over to Arizona to my yard to get some service work done. Hey, well, also when you're talking about the cabotage and stuff about companies coming in and moving and that stuff, another thing they need to look into, and I found this out a couple of years ago. I had a carrier picking up at an auction that I was at, and the guy couldn't speak English or anything. So I looked up his DOT numbers. The DOT number was registered in one state, and the mailing address, it's registered in Kentucky, but the mailing address is Florida. Doesn't that seem suspicious?
No, it seems kind of...
It would be something...
I'm not being glib. It doesn't seem suspicious. It seems typical. I will tell you the number of times.
The company's not following the rules.
Yeah, the number of
That's
times.
how they get around it.
Yeah, the number of times we have tried to track down companies over here and found ourselves in a strip mall in Florida or a strip mall in California, states away from the actual location of the company, is just, it's staggering to me. Post office boxes, all kinds of stuff like that. And
right. Well,
go ahead.
There's the ghost companies in California that they've just found an address. There's 700 companies registered out of one address. 500 of them have the same email and phone number.
I'm just
have
gonna
you
let
seen
that
that, Tom?
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And some of it's I'm going to say this, and I don't mean it legally, but some of it's actually legitimate. You know, where it's a one truck owner operator. He's running it through a mail center. You know, so there's times where it's not correct, I guess is the way to put it. But you can understand why the person did it, you know. So that's where you run into trouble with that stuff, is now sorting out who's gaming the system versus who's just doing this, you know, for lack of a better term, for convenience or because it's the way they need to do it. So that's where it gets kind of difficult when you start sorting through that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and
if there's certain things that trigger you, like you said, hundreds of companies being run through the same address. That's right up there with a medical examiner doing 100 physicals a day. You know, there's certain things you look at, you say, that's just not right.
That's not right. And by the way, the problem with a regulatory state, if you have nobody to enforce the regulations, all you have is chaos. Showtime, thank you for the call. Speaking of medical conditions, we're going to pivot to that. Thank you, sir. Be safe.
You guys have a good day. Be careful.
All right, man.
You too.
You actually brought up the 100. You brought up the doing 100 people in a day. Which, by the way, unless you're in the Army, and by the way, I know Army doctors that couldn't cover that many people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that basically sounds like you're engaged in a draft. And by the way, nobody realizes this. It's a lot easier to do those kind of inspections when everybody is 18 to 20 years old and in pretty good health, and you're looking to spot the outliers. It ain't the same thing when it's a bunch of guys between 45 and 60. You've got to actually go through all their medical conditions. Talk about what's different about the new definition of medical treatment.
Yeah, this kind of is in a different area. But after a crash, one of the things that makes the DOT recordable is if any of the people involved suffered injury that required immediate treatment away from the scene. Well, in the background, they have an interpretation that says evaluation is not treatment. So if my ambulance crew shows up, evaluates the driver, hauls them in, the emergency room just looks them over and takes a couple x-rays, pokes in a couple of places, says, you're fine, get out of here. That person was evaluated, they were never treated. They have an interpretation that explains that, but they want to put it in the rules, which is a good thing because that makes it easy for everybody to see. Right now, it's kind of tricky figuring that out unless you know it because you know it, or you know exactly where to look when it comes to the different things that FMCSA has out there, like FAQs and interpretations and different things. They just want to put it right in the rules so it's easy for everybody to find.
Yeah, and by the way, there is, like I said, there are people who often think I'm too critical of this administration or the previous administration. By the way, I feel like if I'm getting comments from people about how critical I was of the previous one or this one, I feel like I'm doing my job to a degree. I do feel like there's a lot of stuff in this new DOT reality that does make a lot of common sense. And I'm hoping they can apply some of the lessons here to other aspects of the federal government. I want to pivot because in some ways it's not the same, but it has the same sort of common sense with the sticker, you know, the idea of you don't need to have the sticker on, you know, making things clearer. Talk about the roadside inspection form return process. I think this makes a lot of sense. If you don't agree, please tell me. I'll take your word for it.
Oh, I agree 100% because what's going on, some of the states don't want the forms returned. They're going to take the carrier's word for it. You're going to fix it. Other states want it returned because they have a verification process they want to go through and check the box and say, yes, we told them that was broke. They sent us something back saying they fixed it. What FMCSA wants to do is, since we have states that want to do different things, let's just put that in the rules. You know, states can do what they want to do when it comes to this. And it's another one of those, it's kind of like that evaluate versus treatment. It's just, let's put in the rules what's going on, because that's what states are currently doing. Let's just put that in the rules so it ends the confusion. My advice to carriers with this is always just send it back to the state. If they don't want it, they can shred it in their office. This will eliminate the whole mess. It's like right on the form, it'll say whether or not they want it returned or they don't want it returned, and then you just follow that instruction.
Yeah, and by the way, having you simply articulate it like that, you kind of go, you know what, that makes sense. That's kind of a good way to handle it. Let's just kind of, not be draconian. Let people kind of make their own decisions. Let them kind of give them a little flexibility on the issue as well. This is something else I think is terrific because it feels like one of those other things that opens the door. Although I think people should carry it, I don't think they need to be mandated to carry it. Eliminate the need to carry the ELD user manual. Talk about that. I'd like to get your opinion on it as well, too.
Oh, I'll start off by saying, which is what I was going to start off by saying, I don't know any driver that's actually read their ELD user manual. I mean, we used electronic logs where I was at previously. I don't know of any driver that read their manual. That's just, they just don't. They have their cheat cards. They have their cheat sheets. They have the training that somebody's done with them. This is how you make it do this. This is how you make it do that. So having the driver carry it was always kind of an odd thing. It's already on file with FMCSA, so if it's a matter that an officer or investigator wants to read it for some reason, it's publicly available. So it just didn't really make sense. The one thing they did, though, is you're allowed to carry it electronically, and a lot of drivers don't know this, but a lot of times your ELD manual is right in your ELD. It's a PDF that's loaded in there that you can access and show an officer if they ask for it. So, it's kind of a weird thing where there's only about 7,200 violations a year written, but as you put it, it's one of those things that opens the door. It's a violation that a carrier has to deal with for basically no purpose. So, that's where, just get it out of there. It's not doing anybody any good. Nobody can really point to a reason I need it in there because. So what's it doing there?
Yeah, and by the way, you point out that it's about 7,200 violations per year out of 1 million driver violations. I do want to point out, and look, I know that law enforcement is looking for tools to kind of get their foot in the door, that crowbar as I talk about, but this is one of those things too where one of the discussions, and the reason why, maybe it puts you and I out of a job, but one of the reasons we have this segment is I don't feel like, Dave doesn't feel like, I know you over JJ Keller don't feel like, that the DOT does an effective job from a PR perspective. And when I say PR, guys, I mean public service announcement perspective of really giving the drivers the information they need in a very, very concise and accessible way. This is the kind of thing, like the idea of carrying the ELD manual electronically is the kind of thing that, you can get to carriers, you can put on your website, you can put in video form, and you can really push that out there. I think a lot of what fails the DOT and a lot of what fails the FMCSA is they really don't do a good job getting the message out. And say what you want, no matter where you stand on this administration, the whole purpose and point of that 9-point thing that we're talking about today is to actually bring a little bit more clarity, because so much of what you and I deal with on this show on a regular basis is keeping things clear, is making sure people understand what's going on. Maybe it puts us out of a job, Tom, but God almighty, we do want safer highways and safer roads. We got two phone calls coming in, but go ahead and make your comment first and we'll get the calls in.
Do it, Tom.
No, I was going to say, you're talking about the crowbar effect. Well, the problem with this violation is this comes into your CSA scores as a carrier. Okay, now you get a bunch of these, suddenly your hours of service compliance basic gets out of whack. Next thing you know, because your hours of service compliance basic is out of whack, you're dealing with a warning letter, a focused investigation, or outright, compliance review or audit, as people like to call it. So that's where these violations, whether it's, some of the other ones we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about spare fuses and different things. It's like that, the violation itself really isn't a big thing, but where it gets you is a big thing.
Yeah, and I always call it, it's the beginning of the death by 1,000 violations. I mean, that really is kind of the way the game is played, and the idea is, basically, and I understand the logic behind it. Like, well, if they didn't do that, what else haven't they done? How much other diligence haven't they engaged in? I get the argument, but there is a point where you have to say, man, at some point, that document falls apart. I mean, I got to tell you, I have a Bluetooth speaker that we use in the morning to listen to music before we start the show. I don't have that. I don't have that user manual. That thing went in the garbage almost instantly. I know how to use it. I don't need that Shasta. First phone call, Dre. Who we got?
Oh, we got old Bandit in Ohio. He wants to talk on ELDs, my friend.
ELD Bandit, you're in the conversation. Tell Tom good morning.
Hey guys. Well, funny that you guys said that no one ever reads those manuals. I actually read the one for the ELD that I've got, just because I'm a nerd like that.
That's okay. By the way, I got to tell you,
Awesome.
there are ELDs. There are manuals that I've read. I got to tell you, I read my PlayStation 5 manual backwards and forwards because I wanted to watch my movies in the way I wanted to watch them. I wanted to set the whole enchilada up. You know, there are reasons to read it, but the thing is the fact that, you know, but to carry it with you, I mean, where do you carry it, and does it fall apart? I mean, it becomes like, really? Okay.
Yeah, the one that we have is actually on being ran through a Samsung tablet, and it's got a button on there where you can pull the manual up right there on it, so you don't have to have the physical manual. It's right there on the ELD software.
That would address a lot of the issues if they were done live and in person at the company's site, and they actually got to do it. You know, the company didn't fold and go away before they had a chance to do it.
Yeah, I know this seems like it'd be a lot more of a hassle to do it, but wouldn't it help cut some of this nonsense down if they did like a 45-day audit and then did a 90-day audit and catch these guys a little quicker that way?
Yeah, that's one of the debates that's been going on for many years, is the approach they're using of, you know, waiting until, 90 days, 6 months, out to 18 months to do that initial audit, the way to do it. Should we be doing it earlier? Should we be doing something up front? The problem is that they want to see records. They want to see how the company is operating, what they're actually doing. And if they've only been running for a couple of weeks, they don't have any records yet. You know, so there's a whole big discussion and argument that's been going on for years about how to handle that. And I'm kind of one, like, it would double the workload, but it'd be nice to touch them at the beginning, and it'd be nice to come back and get them at the 18 months again, you know. So, but here again, you're doubling the workload on the people that have to do this, which is going to be tough.
That's always, and I have to tell you, more often than not, Bandit, the biggest issue with all of this stuff is, do we have actually the proper number of people to actually play the enforcement mechanism game, which is why they give them a lot of easy stuff to kind of ding people on, because at least it then justifies the next couple of steps that happen there. Bandit, I got to float you. We got some other stuff to cover, and I got another phone caller coming in. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, not a problem, guys. Take it easy.
Let's talk before we get to our last phone call of this segment about the remove the spare fuse requirement.
Yeah, we touched on that just a second ago. Yeah. That's one of those that most CMVs nowadays use breakers. And the other thing is, every convenience store now has fuses. I mean, you've got the risk of running down the road with no lights or no wipers if you're, in a smaller CMV in particular, where they still do use fuses, your hot shots and things along those lines. But you could buy a fuse anywhere. I mean, it's not like it was, back in the 1930s, where, boy, if you didn't have a fuse, you were running the rest of the night and well into the next week before you had a chance to buy one. So it's something. It's one of those. And there's a lot out there. Hopefully they look and find more that are they're based on presumptions that were made 30, 40, 50, 80 years ago. So it's nice to see that they're going after some of those old ones that just don't seem to make sense anymore.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Tom, I'm beginning to believe in my heart that rather than looking at making new rules or new regulations, they should simply have this review where they go through all the stuff that exists on the books and say what needs to go, what needs to be upgraded, and say, let's see how long we can go without coming up with new rules and regulations, and just either fix or eliminate the ones that are already on the books. I hate to sound so simple, but do you sometimes feel like doing that on a yearly basis still gives everybody the work they need and a chance to become editors as opposed to writers, which makes me crazy? I want to write something and put my mark on things. No, how about you just fix what's already there?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that the FMCSA has been trying to do that for, as long as I've been doing my job I have here. But they just never seem to actually be able to make a dent, and get this done. They say we're going to review this regulation part and we're going to review these interpretations this year. Well, then this happens, that happens. They just get out of control with other things get out of control on them, and they just don't seem to get it done. So that's where it's nice. They're actually, things are moving a little bit now, and at least they're getting some of this stuff done. And the next thing that was on our list to talk about was adding the railroad crossings, because that's another one of those rules that's based on back in the day when railroad crossings were not reliable as far as the active warning systems, the gates, the lights. So the assumption was the driver's got to be prepared for ones that don't work. So we're going to make drivers hauling hazmat and passengers stop for them just to make sure. Well, now, there's numbers out there. We can prove these things are reliable. They don't have issues with them not working. So let's take a look at that regulation. Let's change it. Another one that we have on the list is EDVIRs, which they passed a rule a while back saying you can use electronic documents. But the DVIR one uses the word written, and there's just different things that people have in their mind. It's like, no, it's got to be on paper. No, it doesn't. It can be electronic. Let's put a rule. This is a case where they're putting a rule in or making a change to a rule. I like your word editing. They're editing a rule to make it clear that, no, that's fine. You can have that electronically. So it's good they're moving this stuff forward. They're trying, and they've been trying for years. It's good to see some of it actually go in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, and I've really got a basic way to kind of put this as we bring our last phone caller in. It's such a simple thing. If you're going to impose an ELD on people, and by the way, there's a lot of debate on both sides of that issue. If you're going to impose electronic logging on people, then let's eliminate some of the need for written and paper documentation from people as well, too. If we're going to make them play by that rule, let's kind of give them a break on the other set of the rules and not have to have so much paper documentation every minute of the day. We got one more phone call. Who is it, Dre?
Oh, 100%. We got old Chowder, man. You know where he's at. He's in South Dakota, and he wants to talk about those hours of service rule change.
All right, you got about 2.5 minutes, Chowder. You and Tom, go at it.
Do it.
I don't know if 2.5 minutes can be long enough, but anyway, hey, good morning, Tom, Mr. Brave. Good to hear you on again. I've been wanting to float this idea past you, because as we found out through the world... Morning. As we found out through the world of YouTube, of Tubes of You, Chowder has a different take on hours of service. But so as I call it, the Chowdified version of natural selection hour of service, I hear there's a rumor that Mr. Secretary Duffy would like to float a pilot program that's going to give us a 6-4-5-5. Now, in my rough Northeast Maine mathematicianal lack of ability, that would mean we now would have a 7-3, an 8-2, a 6-4, and a 5-5, and you can reverse those numbers if you care to, which means the only one we're missing is a 1-9 and a 9-1, right? So why don't we just go? I know this is a little radical, so please hold on, but why don't we just go to heck back to how we used to do it, kind of on paper, only with an electric log, which we have the Samsara that all we do is the log on it, nothing else. Why don't we just kind of, use a little common sense there, and I don't mean the gas station that's owned by Exxon either. And why don't we just say that we have two rules, 14 hours driving, 10 hours off duty, use them how you want. We can clear up the PC idea that nobody really understands, or the yard movement. If the truck's moving, you're driving, and if it's not moving, you're off duty. Make it easy on anybody. The math can be done without a calculator, and we do some, personal responsibility. What's the problem with that?
Well, the problem that you have, and it's human nature, and it's the different things kick in. If you make a flexible and soft rule that allows all kinds of things, there are going to be people that are going to use it to the max, and you're going to have fatigue driving going on, and you're going to have all these other bad things that come with it. That's the concern. That's the worry. And sadly, that's why there's the hours of service regulations, because some people don't have the common sense.
It's people. It's people, Chowder. And they, what's wrong with history? People. That's it. That's it.
Big squishy things called people.
But here's the problem with that. So they say you can't cheat this logbook. Well, hello, if you use PC right and you have a company that doesn't have a limited time and distance on it, unless they catch you doing it and audit you within 8 days, they don't find it. So it's really not solving that problem. If you, as a driver, don't have the grapefruits to put on the dash and tell your dispatch, hey, I'm tired, I need to stop, then you deserve whatever financial reward you get for any damage or others you do that puts you out of business.
All right, Chowd, I'm going to cut you off right there. Not because I'm angry, but you're doing great. We're out of time. By the way, the grapefruits is my
I'd love
favorite.
to have this discussion. So.
Yeah, we should have this discussion. Next time Tom's on, Chowder, just give us a call. We'll jump into that. Hey, Tom, also, I want to bring you on in the second half of the show sometime down the line. So when you finish Andor, you and I can talk about transportation concepts in the first 3 Star Wars and in the Andor and Rogue One series, because they actually get all the freight moving in that right. What do you think?
Yeah. I'd say, hey, logistics. That's the ultimate logistics right there.
By the way, are you enjoying season 2?
Yes, very much so. Very much so. Well, we're running out of time, but the intrigue. I can see where some people have said they didn't care for the second season because it's not as exciting. But the intrigue is what I love about it, and the subtext and what's going on underneath. I just get a big kick out of it.
By the way, Tom, I have friends everywhere. Is all I will tell you. Thank you so much, Tom Bray, for being on the highway with us this morning. The fella from J.J. Keller has arrived lean and mean and on the scene. Tom, we will talk at you next month, if not sooner.
Sounds great.
Our good friend Colin Long is coming up here next. Hashtag RGR. Join the resistance, by the way. You know what? Sometimes the machines don't work. Sometimes the Millennium Falcon has to get back up to speed. We're running now. We're going to make the Kessel run in, 5 parsecs. We'll be right back.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Well, this is Road Gang Radio, and you're rolling with Jimmy Mack live from the Fastport Studios in the good old Crescent City. Take it away, buddy.
Hey, this National Day is celebrated by truckdown.com because the quickest way back to the party is truckdown.com. Since 97, they have been a cause for celebration for truckers searching for maintenance providers. Go to truckdown.com, and after that, you'll be able to celebrate, I kid you not, Don't Step on a B Day. That's actually a thing. It's also National Pina Colada Day if you like, getting caught in the rain, if you're not into yoga and you have half a brain. If you have half a brain, then you're going to want to absolutely pay attention to Colin Long, the Director of Government Affairs for OIDA, who joins us this morning as he is a regular recurring character here on the series that is Road Gang Radio. Not a member of the resistance publicly, but a guy who behind the scenes may be making some stuff happen. Good morning. Welcome to the party, pal.
Thank you for having me. I realized last week I said, all right, see you next week, and that felt like it was 2 days ago.
It's unbelievable how fast all this is going. And I got to tell you, the new format, it feels like new formats always kind of accelerate stuff. But man, this feels like I literally look up and I find myself, how the hell did I get here? And as I get older, I begin to understand David Byrne's Same as It Ever Was,
Yeah.
once in a lifetime, where you're like, oh my God, how did I get here? I do feel like that, by the way. Are we in the Groundhog Days of summer?
We're too busy for me to think that days are repeating, but Sure. I don't have a good answer for you, which might be an indication that we are indeed. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's funny because, we talked to Jamie Jones recently, just talked to Tom, who actually talked a lot about what we talked about last time because he was actually explaining in more detail the kind of, the rules, what's getting changed, why it's getting changed, some of the regulatory relief that is coming the truckers' way and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on. When we talked to Jamie, what was so neat about that conversation, Colin, was that she talked about it from a process point over at Landline, that you have these 9 points in the DOT sort of, America first, truckers first kind of approach. What it does is it gave, we were laughing that it's not 9 separate stories. It's 9 separate points with about 5 stories underneath each one of them. I mean, it is a reporter's dream in regards to what has been opened, this Pandora's box, as it were, of what they're trying to accomplish here. And I'm kind of wondering, a week and a half afterwards, after your kind of masterful discussion on trucking with OOIDA, which, by the way, can be found today after the show. Not that version, that was earlier. But where are we now in the aftermath of all of this? You guys are now dealing with kind of where to go next, right? I mean, there's a sense of there's a lot of work to be done now, right? It's like, you put the best team on the field, now you got to go get them, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done on both sides. I mean, the administration has to now execute these 9 initiatives. They've already begun on some. I mean, we've seen movement on data queue already, which is something we've been pushing for a long time. So I think we'll start to see more details about how they plan to execute these 9 initiatives roll out this summer. I mean, I think a tipping point that's coming up is the potential confirmation of Derek Bars to be administrator of FMCSA. That's coming next week, at least on the committee level. But we see him probably cruising through the confirmation process. He's gotten a lot of industry support. ATA is on board. OOIDA is certainly supportive. I imagine CVSA is supportive as well. So you've got a good collection of folks wanting him to get on board as administrator as soon as possible so he can start to oversee the implementation of these 9 initiatives. And I think we're going to have a very busy summer. It'll probably spill over into fall, maybe even into next year, because I do want to remind folks, things don't move that quickly here in Washington, D.C., and some of these pilot programs take a while to construct and to implement. So we're in for the long haul. There's a lot of work to be done on FMCSA's side, but they've been telling us all along, we want you guys to be integral partners in this process on all 9 initiatives. And of course, we're saying we would be thrilled to do that. I mean, there's no better thing to hear than an agency saying we're taking steps to address a lot of your top priorities, and we want you to be a partner in the process. Of course, we're going to do that. So we have our work cut out for us over the next several months, maybe even years, throughout the Trump administration as they start to move forward on these 9 things. And I think having Derek Bars in place is going to expedite the process.
Okay. So this is by way of criticism of the administration, by way of warning to the administration, and then I'll end it with praise to the administration. How about that? So the criticism here, and by the way, it is preemptive criticism, and like Dean Croak and I talk about with the economy. I hope 3 months from now somebody can call and say, Jimmy Mack, you got that completely wrong. On this one, I really do hope it. Everybody remembers Infrastructure Week.
Yeah.
We remembered 55 uninterrupted weeks of Infrastructure Week that never got around to Infrastructure Week. Now, part of that wasn't the administration's fault because the Republican Congress that controlled the game didn't want a funding mechanism that actually made it work. Blah, 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 blah. But it never got done. They often like to promise a lot of stuff that never gets done. Now, that being said, there's a lot of stuff that they're doing with this that's already getting done. The cautionary tale is to remind them not to fall into the same traps they fell into with Infrastructure Week. The praise is it seems this time they're reaching out beyond the Congress and going to partners like OOIDA all across the board, a very bipartisan coalition of folks, and sitting down with them and saying, you have to help us do the lifting here. Is that kind of the strategy? And once you're done explaining that, I want you to actually tell our listeners who may not be familiar because of all the noise about the 9 points about who this guy is that's going to be running the FMCSA.
Sure. Infrastructure Week, I think the difference here is that Infrastructure Week was dependent on Congress acting. And we know how difficult that can be at times, especially when it comes to spending. a lot of money, which the infrastructure bill, no matter who's in charge, is always going to do. So I think Trump ran into difficulties in his first term with Infrastructure Week because of the inability of Congress to get things done at the time. These are all regulatory matters that are within the administration's bailiwick, so they can advance these at any sort of pace they want. And I think with a very motivated secretary, I mean, Sean Duffy's been all over these 9 initiatives and really reaching out to trucking and trying to make sure that truckers are the focal point of policy development. I think we should be positive about this and trust that the administration is actually going to move forward on these 9 initiatives in a pretty quick pace. But quick pace has a different definition in the world of trucking than it does here in Washington, D.C. So people will need to be patient. I mean, these aren't going to be done and wrapped up by the end of the summer. It's going to take a lot of time. But I'm fairly confident they will keep moving in the right direction and leveraging the expertise of industry to get these things done. I mean, they stuck their neck out and said, you know, we're putting truckers at the forefront when it comes to regulatory reform, and that's great. We welcome that, certainly, and we just need to make sure that they keep that commitment. But I mean, there's no reason to believe they won't. I think we appreciate this kind of new take on the development of policy in Washington that centers on truckers, and we look forward to working with them. And I think their commitment's real, and I think Derek Barzil is going to be a good addition to the team. His background is in law enforcement, and before people start getting aggravated about that, he has a long history of also working with industry through CVSA committees. I know our team has known him for years. They appreciate his willingness to work with industry, specifically with groups like us that represent truckers, the people who are the regulated community, the people who have to deal with all the regulations, whether or not they make sense, and the development of new policies and how they impact them. So I think we're pleased that Derek has been nominated. We're certainly pleased that after several months, he's scheduled to move through the confirmation process next week in the Senate. We're eager to get him in place and really get things moving on these 9 initiatives, as well as other things. I mean, we want to see the agency focus on training. We want to see enhanced training. We also want to see them follow through on broker transparency. So Mr. Bars has more work to do when he gets in place, assuming he does, because I think we're pretty confident in that. But he has more work than just these 9 initiatives to get done from a trucker perspective, and I think he's aware of that.
I'm actually, by the way, I know it's hard to believe me actually praising any administration, by the way. I think he's the best. I think he is the best appointment so far in the entire Trump administration. Straight up. I think actually, wow. I'm going to say that because I feel like his background and his qualifications, you know, would we have liked somebody who actually had a little bit of time behind the wheel? That would be terrific. But he is as close to the industry as we possibly could imagine. And his focus, even when they've gotten people who have had real connections to transportation, it's always been an urban connection to transportation. And not that I have a problem with that, but there has been a lack of what I call ex-urban rural sort of people who have a sense of that. He does. He's got a big picture view of this stuff, which is really interesting as well. The other thing that's interesting about him, too, is I actually keep my fingers crossed and don't jinx it. He's the first one I've seen them appointed in a long time who might actually stick around for a while.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think for someone in the trucking law enforcement world, this might be a dream job. I think you're onto something because, you know, we've had good administrators in the past. Not many of them came from the trucking world. And I think as a result, we saw quite a bit of turnover. We saw difficulty confirming some of these folks. And I think I haven't thought about this until now, but you're probably right. I mean, this is a pretty good gig for someone.
It's the gig. I mean, it's the job. Yeah. It's like, when Parsegian got hired at Notre Dame, I mean, it's like when Urban Meyer got hired at Ohio State. This is the gig I want, man. This is mama calling. Yeah. I mean, this is, Rick Gobble, who's a regular contributor with Dave for Rick's Rules. I mean, this is a guy right out of Rick Gobble's dream. I mean, this is an enforcement guy, right?
He has a great opportunity to be part of kind of transformational change in the industry too. I mean, I think that's pretty alluring to someone who's going to be taking on this role. It's a difficult role. Don't get us wrong. I mean, you cross OOIDA, we make a lot of noise about it, which is bound to happen. I mean,
And it's the job, by the way. That's your job. Your job.
Yeah,
your job is not to play kumbaya. Your job is to represent the 150,000 human beings who actually own their own rigs and basically want to get out there and make the miracle happen for themselves. It's not to play patty cake with these folks. I get that absolutely.
But he can deliver major changes. I mean, we've had good administrators in the past. I mean, I think Trump's first-term administrator, Ray Martinez, really kind of set the tone, the new tone that the Trump administration has continued, that, we're starting to listen to drivers and starting to include them in the development of policy, because the old way wasn't working. We didn't necessarily have that during the Biden administration. I will give them credit for having those difficult conversations with organizations like OOIDA who represented truckers, but we didn't really see all the policy materialize here. I mean, the 9 initiatives are a major breakthrough. There's more work to be done, but things are moving in the right direction with truckers at the center of things. And I think Mr. Barr, as administrator, if he's here for a number of years, can really enact a lot of change that benefits truckers. And we're excited about that. That's why we're endorsing his confirmation and encouraging senators in the Commerce Committee next week to vote for it, so we can get to the floor and we can get them in place as soon as possible.
You will correct me if I'm wrong. Before I actually get to my next point, Marty Ellis, our friend, says good morning from the Walcott Truckers Jamboree. He actually logged on to YouTube to let you know that. And big hi to Jody as well, who is saying hi from sunny Sarasota, Florida. One of the great joys of this new platform, Colin, is we get to do this from time to time.
Cool.
The other thing is, too, that is so interesting about this potential appointment is that because of the CVSA work, he is liked, and he's liked in a lot of different places, meaning that he has good relationships across the board. He is not a polarizing figure. And let's face it, Ray Martinez was not, and there were 1 or 2 folks who filled in under the Biden administration. People kind of like, fine, whatever. This is more than just a fine whatever here. Ray Martinez was genuinely liked, and a lot of people were very, very pleased with his outreach and his attempt, even with his background not being completely confluent with trucking. He nonetheless made a real effort. This is somebody who comes in with an understanding, maybe not of what it means to be a driver, but maybe with what it means to be a driver, because the interaction with them is really substantive. This is a substantive understanding of the trucking industry that's being brought in. I was kind of stunned when I found out. I was kind of like, really? He wasn't on TV? Wait, what's going on? I was like really, really pleased. This is a good thing. I mean, he's got a lot of work to do.
It is.
I mean, sorry.
It totally is. And you're right. There's no learning curve for this administrator. And I think that was a difficulty we encountered during the Biden years, and even to a lesser extent with Ray Martinez, is they had to be brought up to speed on these issues before you could start executing any. And we will not have that with Mr. Barr. I'm sure he is up to date on all the 9 initiatives as well as everything else that's kind of in the hopper over at FMCSA, because frankly, he's been living it for decades. So,
I have a question for you.
We're excited about that.
I have a question for you, because I don't know. This is one of the places where I've kept up just enough so that I don't sound like an ignoramus talking to you. Okay, so this 9-point proposal has been in the works for a while. You should know that. Was he, in fact, picked finally as the FMCSA standard bearer because they said, well, man, we're going to make these promises. We better get somebody in here who actually knows how to do this. I mean, is that kind of the thinking here? Because he is, when people, you follow me? The idea that it's like, hey, man, we just promised our base voting constituency and all their family and friends that we're really going to deliver for them. Maybe we should get somebody who can actually deliver for them.
Yeah, I think it's fair to make that assessment. No doubt about it. And I think, obviously Secretary Duffy has some sort of a role in who's going to be running the modes over at DOT. And I think this is well in line with his approach to how things are going to be managed over there. You can get people in the jobs that have good relationships with the folks who are being regulated. In this case, it's truckers. And I think Mr. Barr checks more boxes than that because of his law enforcement background. So, yeah, I think they probably did think, truckers by and large came out for Trump in the last 3 elections, if we're being honest, and I think they wanted to make sure that the agency that oversees them is reflective of their needs and interests. And I think we're there. I think they've demonstrated that commitment and followed through with concrete action. And Derek Barr's nomination is just a part of the puzzle. I mean, the 9 initiatives, reopening the broker transparency comment period earlier this year so they could get more information from truckers about how the lack of broker transparency is affecting them. I think these are all signs that truckers are now kind of the focal point, like I said, and we've suffered through years of trucking policy being dictated by mega fleets and shareholders and trial lawyers and safety advocates, and no matter who's in charge, R or D, it pivots between folks who we don't necessarily see eye to eye with, and I think we're embracing this breath of fresh air that's come out of the Trump administration that puts truckers first, and I think we'll probably see better results on it because who knows better than what happens on the road than truckers? So if we're committed to improving safety and we're committed to improving recruitment and retention in the industry, truckers should be put first. And we applaud the Trump administration for doing that, certainly. Now, there's always sour with sweet. We really want to see them fall through in broker transparency. I don't think they were capable of rolling that out with the 9 initiatives, but we're not going to relent on that one. And hopefully, once Mr. Bars is confirmed, we see some movement on that one because we think that is absolutely pivotal for our members to have the type of transparency that federal law guarantees them.
I'm actually going to take a little bit of a breath here and a pause and kind of make you laugh for a second. So,
Sure.
one of the folks I met when I went to OOIDA's, how to be, I forget the name of the seminar you guys have. It's a 3-day thing that Louis
Truck for
actually
Success?
Truck for Success. Yeah. So I go up there and I met a cat who is friends with Louis, named John Maley. Do you know him?
I don't. Louis
Okay.
got friends everywhere.
Yeah,
Let's
so
keep
yeah, I mean
track.
Louis is like the main character of Andor. I have friends everywhere, but the truth of the matter is that John, of course, he of course has a very contentious relationship with Louis on one particular issue, broker transparency, and they love mixing it up. I'm using this as an excuse to let you know that John and his wife are actually coming down on July 23rd to our big grand opening party down here.
Cool.
I'm extending you the invitation to New Orleans because I know how much you hate New Orleans, to come down here and enjoy it too. But if you can somehow convince Louis to come and we don't tell John and we both get them over to the bourbon tasting, the broker transparency conversation could be really entertaining for all the other guests in attendance. I just want to make this really clear. This is, and I bring up the broker transparency. You can comment on what I just said too, but I bring all of this up because it is an area where people that are even friends in the industry have very divergent opinions. Correct?
Yeah, that's true. There's no doubt about it. And that is an appealing invitation, as you know. I mean, I love New Orleans. I love you guys. How about, I'll tell you this. I won't be able to attend, but it's for a really good reason, and we'll definitely be talking about it after the 23rd. So you will be very excited by it as well. But, yeah, broker transparency, it is contentious, but from our perspective, it shouldn't be. I mean, truckers are guaranteed transparency in federal statute. That has been skirted by brokers for far too long, and I think they got caught on this issue with basically just a grassroots uprising. Our members have been complaining about broker transparency for years, but it really boiled over recently. And as a result, we petitioned the agency to ensure transparency. We're not looking for like new extensive regulations. We're just looking for compliance. Ensure that brokers are being compliant with federal law. Imagine if our members just unilaterally absolve themselves from responsibility with some sort of federal regulation. I mean, it would hit the fan. We would be put out of business.
Well, I mean,
it would be a nightmare.
I guess the equivalency, and by the way, when I say contentious, let me make this really clear. On this particular issue, Dave often doesn't step into this stuff. I step in where I actually feel like it's necessary. On this issue, I am 100% with you. Guys, it's on the books. Of course, dude, it's on the and here's the thing, even if I wasn't with you, I'm a law enforcement guy. It's on the books, fellas. Follow the rules.
Yeah.
I mean, It's that simple. But I mean, this is one of those cases where, we're not asking you guys to do something new. We're asking you guys to do what you want. And the basic equivalency would be like, imagine if every single member of OOIDA, that's a lot of trucks, all of a sudden just said, you know what? Personal conveyance, it's how we interpret it.
Yeah.
If every single one did it, and then all of a sudden, watch what would happen. There would be a bump in the road for a moment, and if everybody stuck to that, it would literally overwhelm the system, and law enforcement would go, you know what, we're done. Do what you're going to do. Make what you're going to make happen. And that, of course, and here's the thing is, look, we're all in favor of a more kind of flexible personal conveyance, but unregulated personal conveyance, can you imagine? This is what has happened, though, in the broker area, where it's like they can just play hide the monkey. I mean,
as I learned more about this issue and discovered that it's fairly common for brokers to have our members sign contracts where they waive their rights to federal transparency laws, it blew my mind. I had no idea that was going on in the industry. And frankly, I couldn't believe it was allowed to continue for as long as it was. So when I said they got caught, I think they got a little ahead of their skis on issues like this. And now we have an agency who's pursuing a rulemaking, and the rulemaking, like I said, it's not some earth-shattering thing. It's just ensuring compliance. Like, keep electronic records, provide those electronic records in 48 hours when you're asked to do so. This isn't earth-shattering. It should be fairly straightforward. And hopefully, folks over at FMCSA and within the Trump administration agree with us, and they start to move things in a positive direction over the next several months. Because, like I said, we're not giving up on this. This is a top priority for us. And if the administration isn't capable of doing it, we'll lean on Congress to do it. And that's just how it works. I think we have more faith that the administration will be able to do it. I mean, like I said, they reopened the comment period earlier this year to get more info. But we're relentless on this front. So we'll pursue this any which way we can, and hopefully we can deliver some positive news in the near future.
Yeah, and the thing is, I've always found every time I argue with anybody about this particular topic, and like I said, when I first heard it, I said it can't be that simple, and then I went and did a lot of reading up on it, Colin, and I went, oh my God, it is that simple. I always confront all of my friends, like I said, many people I like about it, brokers, and I go, explain to me why exactly you shouldn't follow this rule. And I mean, basically it's, well, I just don't want them to know how much money I'm making. Exactly. What? Okay. What? I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to. I mean, it's like, you don't deserve to know how much money I'm making off the deal. You just take the money I'm giving you, sign away your rights. Right? I mean, do I get that wrong?
Yeah. And no, you're absolutely right. And I don't think the argument should go much further than that to support OOIDA's position on this, but we can go a bit farther. I mean, our members complain all the time about bogus claims that brokers are levying on them that they can't defend against because they don't have any sort of records for the shipment. And that's, I think, an effect that our members will see very clearly in the future if there is this enforcement of compliance with broker transparency. And I think a lot of folks forget that aspect of it, which we think is critically important, just as much as knowing which ones are taking a little too much off the top, and you can go find better deals. I mean, and a lot of the brokers say, they're trying to control rates. We're not all trying to control rates. That's a bogus argument, and I think it's grasping at straws in this case because, again, I keep going back to this. The rules are on the books. Like, they're there. You're not following them.
I shouldn't be penalized for running the stop sign. Yeah, you should, actually. That's how it works around here. Colin, we got to call it a day, brother. What was it you wanted to talk about today?
What's that?
What was it that you wanted to talk about today? I think I threw you in the deep end. Thank you, man.
Overtime pay. I'll be back next week to chat about it.
We'll get back on that. Thank you so much, Colin Long, of course. And by the way, it's a terrific conversation. Director of Government Affairs over at OOIDA has joined us for Washington Trucking Week. We will talk about overtime pay next week. Guys, we'll be back on the other side of this. Road Gang Radio has gone from making a living. Let's go make a life. Let's talk about doing something different as we get older. Lots of good stuff headed your way. And I'll be previewing Trucking with OOIDA at the top of the next hour.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Hour 3, and we're coming straight out of the Big Easy and into your cab. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios with your host, the wild man of trucking himself. I think it's Mac, Jimmy Mac?
Jimmy Mac, a little brisket. Jimmy Mac and cheese, by the way. We'll be giving you that recipe a little bit later on. And, of course, the poem that Marty Mangiello wrote for me. Maniac, by the way. Absolute maniac. Before we actually jump in with our next guest, really quickly, guys, I want to give a big thanks to Colin Long. He really did want to talk about overtime pay and the exemption that is in the law books that prevents you guys from actually receiving it, and Oida's position on that. I'm willing to have a conversation about that, although I tend to lean in that direction with them as well too. But there's a lot of pros and cons to that one. But there were so many things I wanted to talk about, including the fact that in the mix of all of this, we used to have long, ongoing conversations about the next head of the FMCSA. That because of the blizzard of activity on the border and the 9 points and everything else, I wanted to make sure you guys knew who you were getting. That's important. That's important stuff. Whether you are yakking it up on the tube of you, leaving your heart on the iHeart, or have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, you are now with the most raucous reality in trucking. Hashtag RGR, Road Gang Radio, where the listening and the subscription don't cost you a thing. Fast and Furious, it's a format of freight, facts, and fun that fuel your Thursday morning. And by the way, the fun actually is Ron Kinscherf is joining us this morning. And the basic thrust of this conversation is really, Ron, about starting something new late in life. But this is really an amazing story. You never set out to be an author, but grandchildren tend to make us all into storytellers, do they not? And good morning to you, sir.
Hey, nice to see you guys. Thanks a lot for having me on.
Oh, you're quite...
You're right. I mean, this was not on my bucket list at all. It wasn't on my bingo card to do what I'm currently doing.
By the way, I want everybody to go to Papa, P-A-P-A, tellmeabook.com, and what you will find is an absolutely charming website with an absolutely charming man who actually made some decisions. He's written, a bunch of them now. He's got a bunch of books out there, including one called Adorable, which is on sale. Prince Andrew couldn't be happier. It's spring and the weather is perfect for his morning flight around the patio. Life is good until he arrives at the palace and meets his little baby sister, Princess Adorable. Why would his mother, the queen, turn his world upside down? And it actually made me think about when I was a little kid listening to those 45 or 33 records along with reading a kid's book. I wish I was an only child. Oh boy, I wish I was. Welcome. Good morning. And I would love you to tell the story about how you got in the business of writing kids' books.
So I was kind of at a crossroads. I quit my big boy job. I was at the age of, I was 60, had done it for 30 odd years and just wasn't happy. I didn't realize at the time I was making the people around me kind of miserable too. So, I quit the big boy job, and one evening at Sunday dinner, we have everybody over for Sunday dinner, and people were throwing ideas out, what my next, gig would be, whether it was driving a school bus or working in a restaurant, all these kind of silly ideas. And my daughter-in-law just threw out there, hey, you should write children's content. You should write children's books. And I was like, what are you talking about? She goes, well, you're very creative with the way that you play with the grandkids. I make up stories with them and stuff like that. And I didn't take the idea seriously at all, until the following week. I was outside barbecuing, and my eldest grandson was stomping on anthills in the backyard. And I'm watching him do this, and I got this idea about writing a book from the ants' point of view, from having their homes crushed by a little kid. So that's how it all started. I wrote the story. I had a blast doing it. I wrote some more, and I kept getting ideas, honestly. I just kept getting more ideas about this ant colony and the situations they put themselves in. And basically, the colony, I found out later, the colony was a reflection of what I went through growing up, and what we all go through. I created this little civilization under this patio that was led by a queen and an immature son, the prince, Andrew, and all these other ants had various jobs and would get in various situations where the queen would solve the problem. And I found out later, after I'd written about 4 or 5, I'd not published, but just written them, that a friend of mine was reading these stories, and she's one of the ones that convinced me to start publishing them. And she said, Ron, it's really cool that you have such a strong matriarch running your colony. And it just hit me that my father passed away when I was 5. And I was writing kind of about my childhood in a weird way. I was writing what I knew because my mom ran my life and ran my little colony, my neighborhood, so to speak. So that just blew me away. And the more I've gone along this path, other things have popped up very similar to that have influenced my writing and made me feel this is the path I should be on. And this is what God has put me on this earth to do, is to create kids content.
I'll tell you something else, too. I love the idea of actually diving in and realizing that only after you really kind of start writing that you are attempting to kind of make sense of and reassemble not only where you've been in the immediate past, but also where you've been in regards to your entire life. And there is something beautiful about world building, because I tell people all the time, my co-host who is on vacation this week, Lindsay Lawler, is over in the Cape celebrating family, as a matter of fact. Her husband's mother and father passed away. They passed away within a month of each other. And so they're spending time on the Cape this summer in celebration of their lives, which is amazing. But the idea of taking the time to begin the creative process and then taking a moment to go back through that creative process and realize what it is that's really important to you, it really then makes what you write after that much stronger, because you're beginning to develop a relationship not just with the characters you're creating, but with the issues and themes that you're wrestling with, and you can strengthen your hand that way. Have you found that in going through what is now 11 books?
Indirectly, yeah. I mean, I get ideas and then I build them in my head, and I don't necessarily have a message I want to tell until. So here's my philosophy on this. So everything that happens in our lives generally is a problem, and my 7-year-old grandson will tell me, Papa, what's the problem in your next book going to be? and then there's a solution that generally has some sort of moral in it or message in it. I don't intentionally start writing to have that message, but but everything I'm writing is from a life experience, and so much of it is from just watching my grandkids and the experiences I go through with my grandchildren. And a lot of it involves them doing something incorrectly or getting themselves in a situation that has to be solved by an adult. Adorable is a perfect example of that, where I witnessed this firsthand, where my son and his wife had a baby, and the middle child got extremely jealous, and that basically popped in my head to write that story. The hardest part of the story was to come up with a name for the kid, because I knew that was the key to the story. All my aunts have names that begin with the letter A, just because. And I finally hit upon Adorable. They call her Dora for short. And I just thought that was the perfect name for this kid that came into this older brother's world. That it's adorable. She's adorable, and she's adorable in the book. And how can you not love Adorable? But he's obviously completely upset that this little child has come in and upended this whole perfect little world, and he doesn't think his mom's going to have enough love for him once the baby gets there. So I guess to answer your question, I don't think I put as much conscious thought into it as you may be outlining in your thoughts there, but it just kind of comes out once you start the writing process.
Oh, yeah, and that's the thing, too. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's someplace in between. I don't think that, like, you sit down and say, I am going to accomplish this. I think it becomes almost impossible when you get good at what I call the basic level of writing, which is, I have a story that I want to tell. It becomes much more easier to kind of focus on what you call, I love that, by the way, the problem. Because what I try to tell people when they're writing fiction, writing plays, writing screenplays, doing podcasts, at the end of the day, all drama is simply A wants something from B, and the question is, do they get it? Or do they get some version of that, or do they learn that they don't really need it? I mean, at the end of the day, you have a prince who wants his mother not to basically give up on his love for him, and believes that the obstacle to that is, of course, Adorable, Dora, which, by the way, made me laugh. We actually have a pet chicken that is now 12 years old named Adorasaurus, and we call her Dora for short. So that made me laugh out loud when I was kind of looking at your thing. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's the simplicity of the story allows you to have the complexity of the issue of a little boy, of a young boy, wrestling with his mother's love. And I think it's just pretty terrific. That's just...
Yeah, well, you did, and you nailed it on the head. It's the simplicity of the stories. And I think, I think our lives are rather simple. I mean, we feel they're complicated, but they boil down to just, love and respect and things like that. So there's some things I try to do with these books is one, to keep them simple, use words that kids will understand. It drives me nuts when I read a kid's book and there's words in there that a 4 or 5 year old doesn't know. It's like, why in the world would an author put that word in there? So we try to keep them simple, and I try to keep them subtle too. I don't want to beat the message with a hammer that makes it obvious, because our lives are not obvious. The messages are not obvious in our lives. And I want the book to stimulate conversation too, that when it ends, the queen usually says something at the end. At the end of Adorable, basically Prince Andrew says, "Oh my gosh, you're cute. Can I hold her, Mom?" That's the last line of the story. And, I hope that stimulates conversation where the reader will say, well, why do you think he wants to hold her now? I thought she didn't like the baby. And that's kind of the theories we use when we create these things, is just to keep it simple and subtle and try to stimulate some conversation between the reader and the child.
By the way, if you guys get a chance to go over to papatellmeabook.com, you'll also see that the book is gently, and I'm using that word deliberately, gently illustrated by Holly Brogard. Beautiful illustrations, by the way, in their simplicity. That's the other thing too. It's so hard when you work with a collaborator to make sure that the images that they're producing on a children's book actually match the tone of. It's why many people often end up being their own illustrators, because they're looking to kind of match tone with image. And I think it's a beautiful job. The softness of the colors, the gentleness. There's a certain flow to it. The lines aren't hard. It's really lovely. I wanted to pivot in the middle of all of this and just kind of give our listeners a sense of this. This begins, tell me I'm wrong, it's okay. This begins with the only ambition is to tell stories to children that you love. And I think that part of the success is based on that you didn't begin by saying, I'm gonna conquer the children's writing network, right?
No, you're completely right. I mean, it started off as just like as a lark. I had time. I didn't have anything. I didn't have a gig at the time, and so I started writing these stories down. And then I was convinced to publish one, and then I was like two, and then now it's become I have a business. But you're right, and honestly, how it all started from the beginning is I was putting my grandson down for a nap one time, and the routine was you pick two stories, read them, go to bed. But out of the blue, he said, "Papa, tell me a story." And I was looking at him, I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Tell me, just make one up, Papa." And I go, about what? You know, just kind of being, what do you want? What are you talking about? And he looked around the room and he picked a medicine bottle. He goes, make up a story about medicine. So I did. And that's how it all started. From then on, you know, he kept asking me to make up stories. And then he started asking his parents to make up stories. And they kind of got mad because they just wanted to read this. So, and I don't know if you have grandchildren, but it's a completely different life when you have grandchildren because you have time to sit back and think and enjoy reading the stories more than you made as a parent. Because the parents read the story, put them to bed, go downstairs, have a beer, you know, rinse and repeat the next day. As a grandparent, I started noticing when I was reading the stories, I enjoyed them a lot more and I had more time to read them. And the problems I had with some of the children's books. And so I was able to, you know, create the books the way I think they should be created. One of the things you mentioned about the illustrations is we kind of stole it from the Aha video, Take On Me. And I'm sure you're familiar with that video.
Oh no, it's clear, by the way. It's clear, the idea of stepping in from a colorful world of reality into a soft pencil frame by frame cartoon. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's their illustration style. And you know, I mentioned only using words that kids know. Also, we put our words on light backgrounds. It is so frustrating to read a kid's book. You read them in a dark room generally, right? And there's so many kids' books out there that have words on dark backgrounds, and it's hard for older people to read. And every word on our in our books are on a pale white background, and that was very important to us because we want. So I found out really early on that my clients don't have money. I mean, they're 5 years old. They don't have money, so the adults have to enjoy reading the books. And if they don't enjoy reading the books, they're not going to buy them. So we want the adults to enjoy reading the books, and we throw in little Easter eggs in the stories that the adults should notice, or hopefully notice, but the kids won't. An example in Adorable is, and I don't know if I have this picture on my website or not, but there's a nursery with a cradle and all that type of stuff, and the pictures on the walls. I mean, so whenever we create these books, we figure out, okay, where are the ants getting their stuff to build things? And the general thought is that it's stuff they have to find on the patio, okay? So they use matchsticks and twigs and leaves and all that type of stuff. So what would they find to put on walls for decoration? So we went with forever stamps. So the nursery has forever stamps on the walls. Now, are the kids going to understand what those are? No. Are the adults going to recognize that? Possibly. And if they do, I hope they smile. And, you know, that's stuff for the adults to, you know, oh my gosh, Ron threw those in there. There's always, we have a story called The Monster that's about a car. I have a hula girl on the dashboard, you know, like we used to do in the old days. So there's leg warmers in one story, you know, with some of the ants are working out and they're wearing leg warmers. So we intentionally put stuff in there for the adults. So they enjoy reading the stories too. And I've gotten comments about that. So, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here on you, but that's when you talk about putting the books together and where I'm at now versus where I was 30 years ago when I was raising my kids, the attitude is completely different in what I'm seeing in kids' books than it was back then. We were just trying to get the stories read so you can get the kids to bed so you can go downstairs and relax for a while, then go back to get yourself to bed and rinse and repeat the next day.
Ron, you didn't take me into the weeds, by the way. I basically said the name of the website is papatelmeabook.com, and I asked you to tell me a story, and you told me a story, which is what I was looking for. I would like to save one moment here at the end, by the way. And by the way, Ron, please correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't got a chance to, because of our new format, we don't get a chance to talk off the air. It's Kinshirf, right?
Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I'm pretty good at that. I've done this for a couple of years, so I'm pretty good at figuring things out.
Yeah,
but
a few years, right?
Yeah, but I wanted to give you a little space here because we have so many of our listeners make their living on the highways and byways. So many of them are so creative. I brought up my colleague Lindsay Lawler because she's a big believer that everybody should write. It doesn't mean that you should be published or that everything should be done, but it does mean that it's a really wonderful way to kind of, embrace the world around you by taking, cataloging it to really kind of embrace it. Can you talk to our listeners just a little bit about what it means to start something new, brand spanking new?
Oh gosh, yes.
Not late in life, but I guess what we call the beginning of the third act, as it were.
Yeah. So, first of all, remind me. I got something for all your listeners too, a gift at the end. So remind me to give that out to you guys too, because I don't want to forget that. But so my basic message is, all of us have something we enjoy doing. Okay, and there's no greater joy. I have found there's no greater joy than creating something and sharing it with somebody. And what I share is
best. It's the best.
Pardon me?
It's the best. It is the absolute best. I
So,
totally agree.
I was fortunate, and I know I'm fortunate, that my wife allowed me to quit my big boy job, and we had money, savings, whatever, that we could go on living for a while until I found another gig. I know everybody's not in that situation, but what everybody I think can do is find something they love and share it. And it could be changing oil. Go change your neighbor's oil. Or it could be baking. It could be cutting grass. It could be gardening. It could be whatever it is you enjoy. It could be woodworking. But don't do it necessarily for yourself. Share it with a neighbor. Share it with somebody else. The joy I get when a kid we've given over 2,000 books to kids in schools the last couple of years. The joy I get, handing a book to a kid and just seeing the smile, I think all of us can replicate that in some fashion because we have something to give to other people. So I think that would be my message. You mentioned everybody should write and stuff like that. Journaling and all that type of stuff is great, but you may not have the talent to share that with somebody else. But I guarantee you have everybody has something they can share. And it could be singing in church. It could be, just taking a step back and sharing something. My world has kind of opened up since I started this 4 years ago, and I'd never been really happier. And I think part of that is the sharing aspect of it.
Yeah, and like I said, the thing is, and by the way, this is a big issue for me, not as a person, but I understand this better. I don't know if people know this, that men over 50 have a hard time making new friends, have a hard time meeting new people. I have been very blessed in my life to have added a whole new collection of friends in my life, and I can't tell you the vibrancy it adds to both me and those men and some women that I've actually been able to befriend along the way. One of the things that you talked about just now is there is no greater joy than making something and sharing it with somebody else, because once you understand that, you then become more receptive to them making things and sharing them with you. And it just makes for a much more empathetic, joyful world, because it means you don't end up in what I like to call, no offense to Idaho, which I love, but I call it the Idaho of the mind. I got that from the poet Robert Bly, where people kind of live by themselves with yapping dogs and AK-47s, and instead you get to live in a place where little boys swing on ceiling fans. And that's a good thing. That's a joyful thing. And it just opens up the prospects of meeting new people, because at the end of the day, I believe the going and the doing is really what kind of define us as people. And even if it's just going in your brain and doing things on paper and then sharing them with people it helps when you're talented, Ron. So that's a good thing too. But you're right. We can find other places where we do things, whether it's showing off our garden, showing off our mechanic work. It's just finding something that you can share with people. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And I've just found a lot of joy. And again, I don't think I could have done this earlier, to be honest with you, because I didn't have the grandchildren. I didn't have the life experiences I have now. And I just think it's something I think this is the time for me to do it, and it's made me feel younger. But I do agree with you. As we get older, it's harder to find something, because life wears at you, man. I mean, life and work and whatever just wears at you, and finding that extra energy can be tough.
By the way, our good friend who was only supposed to be on 15 minutes is, we're laughing. By the way, my producer over here, Phone Master Dre, actually has a couple of young kids in his life now. He's been dating a beautiful woman for about 2.5, 3 years, and they've just gotten to the point where those kids are a regular feature in his life. 3 and 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
And I'm definitely getting these books for them, so I highly appreciate you coming on today there, Ron.
Well, I got a punchline, by the way. I've actually ordered books for them. I'm not kidding. They're going to be coming here to the studio, by the way.
Oh, that's awesome.
But go ahead, Ron. You got a special offer, a special present.
So
Go ahead.
if you go to my website, you can place orders on my website, and if you want me to autograph them or sign them or put a note in the books, there's a comment thing in there that you could do that, and that's only on my website. The other thing too is if you want to get a free ebook of Adorable, okay, go to my website, papatoldmeabook.com. There is a menu tab that says podcasts. If you click that, and it'll say free ebook and coloring pages or something like that, and the password is podcast, singular, PODCAST. If you enter podcast in there, you can download a free ebook, and there's some coloring pages from some of my other books, and then off you go. So I hope people do that. I hope they fall in love with Adorable. I hope they order a hard copy of Adorable and the other 10 books I've got, and just enjoy time with the little one in their world, and hopefully it'll start a conversation.
By the way, I want to end it this way, by the way, that every single person out there on the road can relate to. David's sleepy face creased with a smile and his breathing slowed. The room flew through the nighttime sky, but someone had to steer it. So the boy jumped out of bed and found all the buttons that made the flying room go. It's a beautiful book, by the way. There's a lot of beautiful books here. The name of that one is called The Ceiling Fan. Worth checking out, as is Adorable. Ron, you're welcome back anytime you got something new cooking. We loved having you.
Hey, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys, and I love talking about this craft and the reason I'm doing it. And hopefully, one person listening out there will, you know what, I can do something for somebody across the street, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Big thanks to Ron, by the way. Appreciate the time he spent with us. It was longer than we anticipated, and that's what we like around here on Radio Nemo. We tend to linger. It's a New Orleans tradition, by the way, here, lingering. The great joke is if you're 10 minutes late in New York, you're fired. If you're 10 minutes late in New Orleans, you're the employee of the month. I kid you not, guys, by the way. Everybody runs perpetually late. It does make doing radio here rather difficult and interesting at times. When we come back on the other side of this break, by the way, we'll get this all set up and going. We got another great guest. This is absolutely wonderful. Sam Kelly has written a book called The Human History on Drugs, an utterly scandalous but entirely truthful look at history under the influence. And one of the things that I discovered from reading this book, Phone Master Dre, is that a lot of these people's substance abuse problems were simply about the fact that medication had not advanced to the point that allowed these people to get the proper stuff they needed to cut down on their pain. I don't know if you know this, by the way, in the 1870s and 80s, people would brush their teeth with whiskey. Whoa. People would drink whiskey as a thirst quencher because some of the water wasn't good. Not a good situation. All of this kind of stuff and much, much more, including a conversation about Jean-Paul Sartre basically changing the world, changing the way people thought about existence, and doing it by staying so hopped up on drugs that he needed to take speed in the morning to get over the barbiturates he took at night. And it turns out that George Washington was quite a booze hound. After all, when you have perpetual pain inside your mouth, you're going to have to figure out some way to cut that down. As always, you guys can jump into the conversation at any point at 615-292-6366. Don't forget, guys, by the way, that our friends from OIDA are going to be lean and mean and on the scene immediately after the conclusion of this show. It's Trucking with OIDA is coming your way. Actually going to have a singer-songwriter who's actually also a truck driver on that segment. Lots of good stuff as Ashley and Scott continue that incredibly successful series. By the way, we're so thrilled to have OIDA as a partner here on RadioNemo.com. Hope you guys are too. If you're members of OIDA, we are so thrilled to welcome you here today. And a big shout out to Marty Ellis and all of our friends. Well, they're all at the Truckers Jamboree, you know. Coming on strong to the Truckers Jamboree. I miss that spot.
Dude, 100%. We need those back.
It was amazing, guys. Those guys, that was insane, dude. That was like, I always said that is peak Nemo without Nemo having anything to do with it other than just being Nemo. Let's take a break, Trey. We'll come back. We'll talk to Sam Kelly. This book is Terrifimundo, by the way. It is really good stuff. Human History on Drugs, an utterly scandalous but entirely truthful look at the history under the influence.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Dave's not here. Jim is, man.
Woo!
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Now we're back. I should help if I unmute myself, but we are back on Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and RoadGangRadio.com. The mics are hot, and good old NOLA, baby.
And you're going to be hot for this book. Sorry, I had to do that transition. Sam Kelly is an historian and viral TikToker. He is also the author of The Human History on Drugs, an utterly scandalous but entirely truthful look at the history under the influence. I don't even know where to begin with this book because I enjoyed it so very much. I recommend, we do this a lot. We read a lot of books on this show. We go through about 2 to 3 a week. Sometimes children's books like with our last guest, and sometimes book like this, which is so much fun and actually one of my favorite kind of books because it's the kind of book that after you read it, you can then pick it back up and revisit it. Good morning to you, by the way. It's great to have you, and thank you for making the time, Sam.
Absolutely. It is great to be here.
So I just had a guy on the show, Scott Shea, who actually wrote a really great piece about the 5 winners and the 5 losers at the Monterey Pop Festival. He actually wrote a really good book on the Mamas and the Papas. I am utterly obsessed with origin stories and how things get going and how things get started. He's written one of the best kind of analyses of why it is the Monterey Pop Festival worked, and then kind of did a deep dive analysis of all of that kind of stuff. Been kind of following the stories of Brian Wilson's passing away, in recent times, the idea of what's happened with that and how much of that was drug-fueled and all this kind of stuff. I don't know where to begin here, other than saying that some of our most provocative thinkers, some of the most challenging thought that has actually emanated in simply the last 200 years, but you go back further than that, really springs from the fact of, I sat down one night and thundered my way through and took so many drugs over the course of the day, writing this amazing treatise on existentialism that I've got to take barbiturates to get to bed. But now that I've woken up with barbiturates in my system, I've got to somehow then turn around and take a whole bunch of speed to keep on writing. And I was kind of curious, did you know the depth of what you were walking into when you walked into this drug-fueled culture?
So I always had the sense that there was a lot more of this really interesting, very human experience that doesn't necessarily get told in the mainstream portrayals of these things. I find that even with people who were totally into drugs, a lot of times the mainstream story of it just sort of glides over that, kind of pushes it out as though it's not interesting. And that always seemed insane to me, because I thought, no, this is so fascinating. Why are you not telling this story? So I was definitely expecting to find a lot of people using substances, but the actual details that I uncovered about these people and some of the lengths that they would go to really did kind of stun me. I didn't expect it to have gone that far. I mean, the lifestyle you're talking about is pretty much how Jean-Paul Sartre actually lived. He would just do massive amounts of drugs on a daily. He was like the Hunter S. Thompson of the existentialists. And it didn't occur to me when I first started doing the research just how much a lot of these people would really get into drugs.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, in case you guys feel like you've been dropped into an in media res moment here, you have been. Sam Kelly, by the way, is a history graduate of Stanford University. He's on the spectrum, and his interest and passion for history have become almost a physical compulsion. He does love to dig up the forgotten and weird stories from the past and spends hours uncovering every last stubborn detail, by the way. And we are thrilled to have him on the show. Sorry about that, Sam. I just wanted to kind of just jump in on the far side of the world and kind of get digging into this stuff. And when I got to the chapter on Sartre, I'm not sure if people are aware that Graham Greene actually was able to write The Power and the Glory and Our Man in Havana. His project was, I wanted to write a great piece of literature and something that would make me money, and he did it by taking just buckets of speed for about 6 or 7 weeks. It was just crazy how much artistry. And we'll get to the political side of things in a second here with JFK and Richard Nixon and a whole bunch of other characters, and George Washington as well. But how much artistry and how many lives were cut short simultaneously by using these drugs. And I'm curious your take about whether or not, because there are a lot of people now say, look, I create great art and I got sober. God bless them. I got sober 30 years ago. But is there any truth to the idea that sometimes these drugs do give us the doors of perception? See what I did there?
I mean, yeah, like certainly Aldous Huxley believed so. It's fascinating to see the transformation that takes place in his work he writes Brave New World before he gets into psychedelics, and their drug use is portrayed in a very negative sort of like, it's portrayed as something that dulls people's minds and makes them willing to accept a very flawed society. But then he actually starts doing mescaline and stuff like that, and he gets way more into it. So by the time of his last book, he's talking about a society in which people are given drugs as a regular thing, and he portrays it as a very positive thing. So from his perspective, again, and he wrote that whole opening the doors of perception thing, just talking about his experiences with psychedelics, and he felt that it was very positive for his creativity. And of course, there are lots of people who they are both very productive under the influence of drugs, but it's not necessarily good for them. And you can see the themes coming from drug addiction in their writing. Great examples in my book is Philip K. Dick.
Oh, wow.
The guy whose writing was adapted into Total Recall, into Blade Runner, into Minority Report. That guy had like the kind of bowl that you would imagine people putting popcorn in for a movie. He just had one of those full of amphetamines instead, and would just down fistfuls of amphetamines, terrifying amounts of it. And so it was able to get him extraordinary amounts of writing done. But at the same time, a lot of the writing that you read of his, you can tell that he was a paranoid wreck. I mean, think about like Total Recall. It's like, what if my entire life, what if all the memories that I have of myself, my marriage, my job, my sense of my personality, what if these things are all fake and I don't know they're fake? Or Blade Runner, like, what if I'm a robot and I don't know that I'm a robot because I've been conditioned to believe that I'm real? Like the feeling of amphetamine psychosis is not far from the kind of themes that are there in a lot of Philip K. Dick works.
Well, yeah, and by the way, because I want to dive into some a deeper conversation like we're having here, I want to make sure people understand the book, by the way, covers 40 historical figures in 40 chapters and starts with ancient Greece and makes its way through Imperial China all the way to the modern day. So I wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that, and you can find him, by the way. You can find Sam on TikTok. It is, by the way, there are a lot of people over there following it, including myself. He's got more than 100,000 followers and about 2.4 million likes. Let me do this quickly because I want to get to a couple of specifics here. I'm going to name a person. You tell me what their drug issue was, and we'll do this in rapid-fire fashion, and then we'll kind of get back to more in-depth discussions here. So Queen Victoria.
Okay, Queen Victoria, in terms of what she did, she was very fond of cocaine-infused products like cocaine wine, cocaine chewing gum, also very fond of selling drugs, as in she was the one who was leading the strategy to sell opium to China. At its peak, that was 10 to 15% of the British Empire's income. So drug dealer, opium, drug user, cocaine, and also chloroform and some other stuff. The chloroform she was giving birth for, though. So
George Washington.
George Washington, opium, because you always hear that George Washington had wooden teeth. No, he didn't. That's a euphemism. He wishes he had wooden teeth. These things are this Frankenstein nightmare made of corpses' teeth, teeth pulled from slaves and from the teeth of livestock, all wired together on a metal frame and forced into his mouth and hooked there via the one real tooth that he actually had there. Extremely painful. You notice that in any picture of George Washington, he's never smiling and his mouth is always shut. And so he had to have opium in order to have these teeth in his mouth, and he needed to have the teeth in the mouth because you can't talk properly without teeth, and therefore you can't lead a fledgling nation or a revolution.
Well, and what's also interesting, too, is that, you know, we've had, as a regular contributor on the show, Peter Stark, who wrote a beautiful book called Young Washington, about how as a young man he was very impetuous, very impatient, too outspoken. As he gets older, he becomes a man of fewer and fewer words and is very deliberative in what he says. You could almost make the case that those teeth and that the drugs he took to alleviate the pain from it made him very measured in how he approached things. You could make a case that part of his image was actually manufactured by both the pain and the opium.
I mean, definitely. It would necessarily mean that he wouldn't want to waste his words unless he had something valuable to say. And it also would mean that, yeah, his demeanor was probably going to be more subdued than it otherwise would be because he had to be tranquilized in order to not rip his own teeth out.
We have some very, very big, we are also a pro-veteran space here. We have very, very big fans of Audie Murphy, but there's a lot of stuff about Audie Murphy, and some of which he actually wrestled with successfully in his life. Tell us a little bit about Audie Murphy.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Audie Murphy, well, again, I call him the real-life Captain America for his accomplishments. He was a war hero extraordinaire in World War II, won countless medals for his bravery and his willingness to go into danger to defend his other troops. This is a guy who had, when he came back to the States after his war experience, they made a movie based on his life called To Hell and Back. And his achievements, his real achievements that he won medals for over in Europe, were so amazing, they had to actually tone the movie down because they were afraid that people wouldn't believe the true story. And so this guy is, he was just a guy with a true warrior spirit, and he wasn't like some big, bulky guy either. He was a pretty average height, even maybe a little short, and he was just brave and courageous. And so he becomes a movie star, and he's widely beloved. But what a lot of people don't realize is that he does not come back from the war unscathed. The things he did left lifelong impacts on him, and so he had pretty bad PTSD. For a long time, he could not get to sleep without taking sleeping pills. He became hooked on sleeping pills. He slept with a gun under his pillow for years because he just had that fear from being in the war like that. And he did a very brave and noble thing in a time when people would often be condemned for speaking up about this, he was brave enough to say, you know what, after I came back from the war, I developed a drug problem. I had a problem with the sleeping pills, and I had a problem with PTSD. Like, it might seem like things were okay after the war, but this really messed me up. And so he, in becoming an advocate for veterans who'd undergone trauma and for veterans who had medical problems, and for talking about PTSD in general at a time when that was stigmatized, he was a great inspirational figure, and sadly he passed away in a plane crash. But yes, he was someone who he talked about these things when they were still very stigmatized.
Well, and also he calls attention. This is an amazing thing as well too, is that, so much of what your book also reveals through mosaic, meaning that it's a slow building kind of process. It begins to dawn on us. Some of these people are, drug addicts, but some of them, a lot of them, most of them merely speak to the inability of medicine to advance along with human progress. As a lot of these people are taking this for pain, a lot of these people are obvious sufferers of neurodivergent conditions and trying to keep themselves on track. There's an ongoing theme that pharmacology, despite the criticisms people level at it these days, is certainly a lot better than people drinking themselves to death at 50, people literally having heart attacks from taking too many beanies. I mean, this is really the ongoing story here, is the fact that a lot of these people are actually self-medicating in very what is it? Right diagnosis, wrong prescription a lot of the time. That's a fair
Absolutely.
assessment, correct?
That is a fair assessment. Yeah, no, it is. It's striking to see just how many people in this book were failed by the medicine of their day. And like, if they'd had similar resources that they did back then, but with modern technology, a lot of people could have had significantly better outcomes. Other people just did not realize. Like, the whole thing with Elvis Presley is that Elvis starts taking amphetamines when he's in the military. Before that, he had been super clean cut, didn't do any kind of substances. And after he comes back, he's still very anti-street drugs. Like, he would chastise anyone if he heard like a backup dancer had been smoking marijuana or something, he'd scold them and say, "Don't do it again." But of course, at the same time, he's being given massive amounts of opioid painkillers and barbiturates and other pills that he is hooked on. But because he was someone who grew up in an environment where he didn't have a lot of medical knowledge, his understanding was, no, I can't be hooked on this. A doctor gave it to me. A doctor surely wouldn't give me something that could hurt me. Medicine only
The
helps,
U.S.
right?
military wouldn't pump me full of speed unless it was good for me. I mean, that's...
Yeah, it's like, I'm sure they had good reasons for it. And of course, what he doesn't realize is that a lot of the time, what he thought... There was more effort put by his promoters and his manager on making him just able to keep performing regardless of what it did to his body, and not on making him actually mentally healthy. So they would just give him whatever they needed to get him through more shows, and you balance the painkillers after all the different all the gyrations and the shows he's done, and then you take the unhealthy diet that he's eating, and it's not a surprise that he ends up with a complete intestinal blockage that kills him when he's 42 on the toilet.
Yeah, and it's he and Judy Garland. You could actually make the case that he and Judy Garland are the two great Frankenstein monsters of entertainment, where they become almost experimental landscapes for predatory managers and producers to figure out how much a performer can take before you blow them out, before you finally wreck them. Because the Judy Garland stories, by the way, she is merely the biggest logical extension where you have a genuine collaboration between the studios and the family to create a... Judy Garland ceases to be a person and becomes a money ticket for everybody involved, and they have a certain obligation to their investors to maintain that reality, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, Judy Garland was so much of a victim of not being supported and being forced into dangerous stuff by this industry. So yeah, they would routinely give her she'd have to work up to like 72 hours. They'd pump her full of amphetamines. They'd give her barbiturates to sleep. And then when she got back up, it'd be amphetamines to get her on the go again. She was, and they would just psychologically torment her too. Like, they would say that she was fat.
Oh my
and
God.
And so they would make her like at one point, no matter what she would ask for meals, all they would give her is soup, coffee, and cigarettes. Like they would just insist on giving her this terrible diet that would just make the effect of the medication worse. And so it was, you end up with this incredibly talented, incredibly charming, likable person who ends up just hating herself and being miserable because she's being told that, oh, you're ugly, you need to be better, you need to be more perky, you need to be more a lot. And so she is just, nothing that she does is good enough for them. Even after she becomes a huge hit with The Wizard of Oz, they just keep exploiting her. And yeah, they use her like she's a product to be exploited and not a human being with feelings and who's capable of pain.
Yeah, and then the worst part about Garland is when she finally gets around some people that love her, the reality of what she's become makes it impossible for them to deal with her as a human being because whatever has been there has been broken, by the way. It really is incredible, too. Okay, a couple more quick ones. Alexander the Great.
Alexander the Great, big-time party animal, loved drinking very heavily and opium, and this combines to basically destroy his immune system, which is not a good thing if you're constantly invading other places. You're going to get a lot of tropical diseases that way. So he dies at age 32, having never lost a battle against his enemies, but having essentially drank himself like half to death and then disease finishing him off.
By the way, what really is fun and cool is the fact that we know William Shakespeare has a couple of issues himself, and he also, if you read his text really carefully, there's a couple of people in his plays who, including Mark Antony, who like to really tippler it. But what about Wild Bill Shakespeare?
Well, yeah. So Shakespeare was a stoner. They did find in the backyard of his home in Stratford-upon-Avon, they found ceramic pipe pieces dating to when he lived there, his time, that have tobacco and cannabis encrusted on them. And you consider that he made up hundreds of words and then just used them like it was no big deal. And those are now, in many cases, part of the English language, or the fact that, again, in some of his works, it's made very clear that people are engaging in the use of unusual substances. Like in A Midsummer Night's Dream, there's a love potion that is given to them that comes from the juice of a poppy flower. So it's pretty much just opium.
Oh, yeah.
And he blinks and nods at that.
Yeah, the obsession, by the way, of potions and elixirs and mixes, both in his plays and the plays of Ben Jonson, is just crazy. I mean, people are literally gassing themselves up. Let me ask you something. In kind of going through all this and assembling this this gallery of historical figures, I talked about the idea of modern medicine not yet being, up to speed to take care of a lot of these people. Were there any kind of consistencies that you noticed despite the disparate nature of the people that you're looking at here?
Well, yeah. I mean, definitely there would be the case of, like in the 19th century, for instance, you see so many people using opium in the form of laudanum, like, it's opium suspended in alcohol that you can drink. And that was just like treated as a ubiquitous cure-all for a long time. It was sold in the U.S. and the U.K. and all sorts of places. You could buy it at a pharmacy with no prescription. The labels on it would say like, "Oh, hey, does your baby have a sore throat? Give a few drops to your baby. It's fine." Like, and so there was such a long period in which the main form of workable medicine was just you go to a place and you buy an over-the-counter concoction of opium and alcohol, and that was probably the most effective form of medicine they had at the time. And so it was striking to see just how many people would you get reminded about the supply chains of these things. Like, oh, hey, like the same cocaine wine that Queen Victoria drinks is also popular with Ulysses S. Grant and Thomas Edison and with Pope Leo XIII. Not to be confused with the current Pope, that's Pope Leo XIV. But Pope Leo XIII, who was a 19th century Pope, did drink cocaine wine, loved it so much that he appeared in a full-page advertisement for it after giving its creator a medal, and that was seen as a totally normal thing, because back then, that was something that you could buy in a supermarket.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, because when you get to later on in the book and you start looking at Warhol and Kesey, and then you get another look at Timothy Leary, that's the 60s and 70s are I guess in acknowledging this stuff and saying it was okay is when we figured out that a lot of it isn't okay. That's the great irony, is that the people who really are the proponents of, let's just make all this stuff legal, and it's like, wait a minute, now that we've really looked at this stuff, it ain't really that good for you, is it?
I mean, yeah, there's certainly we see the ways in which they can be dangerous. Like on one hand, there's a lot of cool there's a lot of cool psychedelic artwork, but and there's a lot of cultural stuff. There's the Beatles doing Sgt. Pepper.
By the way, I want to stop you for 1 second. Best chapter title of all time: Sgt. Potthead's Loaded Hard Drug Band, aka the Beatles. Great chapter title. I'm sorry. Go on, please continue.
Thank you. Yeah, but so you've got like the two sides of it. On one hand, you've got like a flowering of creativity and alternative spirituality. On the other hand, you've got the CIA doing an MK Ultra program, spending $240,000 in back then money to buy up the entire world's pharmaceutical supply of LSD and try and figure out how they can weaponize it in hopes of creating mind control or Manchurian agents or stuff like that. So you've got the government performing terrible experiments like the one at Harvard in which Ted Kaczynski, who at that point a shy, nebbishy book nerd, he signs up for what he thinks is a psych experiment that turns out to be a front for a CIA interrogation scheme. And after 3 years of being experimented on, having LSD put into his coffee and then screamed at and having his views challenged, he ends up deciding that modern society and modern technology are evil and ends up becoming a terrorist who goes and mails bombs to people as the Unabomber,
I mean, and let's make this really clear from the top with feeling, the CIA, he does, by the way, in this wonderful book, but the CIA, you can make a case, actually created the Unabomber. And we actually get a lot of comments online, too. I thought of the same thing, by the way, Trucker Bosun. Wanted me to tell you, the movie Tombstone portrayed Wyatt Earp's first wife as a laudanum addict. Laudanum, of course, is what we were just talking about just a little bit ago, the idea that but people brushed their teeth with whiskey in the late 19th century, didn't they? I mean, whiskey became a catch-all for everything in regards to medicinal behavior in America of the 19th century. That's fair, right?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is a time when things are much less sanitary than they are now, and alcohol, like strong alcohol, is well known to kill germs. So based on, it's not the most thorough understanding of the subject matter, but generally people understood, okay, if there's alcohol here, this can kill a lot of germs, this can clean things, this is less likely to be infected with waterborne diseases than a lot of other stuff. So certainly it was very natural for people to incorporate alcohol into medical things. It was just seen as being part of it was a good solution, and it was seen as literally a good solution for mixing stuff up, but also seen as being clean, easy to get, effective. So certainly, medicinal whiskey was very much a concept that was believed in back then. And in fact, a lot of places during Prohibition were able to keep selling whiskey by selling it with prescription only.
By the way, medicinal whiskey is still something to this very day that people often find the medicinal value in. It continues. I mean, that's the truth of the matter too. And one of the things that we're still dealing with today is that people are still, in the form of pharmacology, really kind of, in some ways, some of these problems have been solved. We now know that there are drugs that can help neurodivergence that are not speed, but actually have the same effects as speed. And when taken by the people that need them under supervision, it can make a difference. But up until that point, I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe we don't get Sauter if he's taking Adderall or Vyvanse, right?
No, yeah, it's and certainly that kind of, again, the technology for amphetamines was not there until, I would say the early 20th century. So certainly you see in the World Wars, amphetamines become very widely used among troops. But for a lot of history, those things were not options. You look at the drugs that are really, really old, the ones that predate, and you have in terms of things that predate humans learning how to write, you've got alcohol, you got cannabis, you got opium, but you don't have a lot, So yeah, for a long period of time, people were just self-medicating with alcohol because it was one of the few easy things to get that could actually make you feel profoundly different.
I am not going to tell you everything in this book, guys, by the way, but I will tell you that the most prolific creators of psychedelic drugs might have been on the DEA payroll, and a whole bunch of other groovy stuff that is contained in this book. I can't thank you enough, by the way, for joining us this morning. Sam Kelly is the author of the Human History on Drugs, an utterly scandalous but entirely truthful look at history under the influence. You can find him on the TikTok at Human History on Drugs, or you can find him on, and by the way, the book is available through Penguin Random House Press. I can't thank you enough for making the time for us today, man. Best of luck with the book. We're big fans over here. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Hey, thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here. I was happy to be on the show.
Thank you, sir. Sam Kelly, by the way. Please check him out on TikTok. He's a historian, and he's the author of A Human History on Drugs. We're going to be back in the next half hour. Phone lines are open at 615-292-6366. Bounce on down, bounce on in, and be part of the conversation here at Road Gang Radio at RadioNemo.com. You can also find us, of course, on YouTube or on iHeart, Odyssey, Pandora, other platforms that we will not name. You can actually find us there.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Hour 4 on Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios in the beautiful Crescent City with that host, your host, my host, Jimmy Mack.
Big thanks to all of our guests this morning. We got one more coming up in just a little bit here. Anthony Nally is the executive producers of The RVers, and it's exactly what you think it is. It's a reality television show about people in RVs. And we'll dig into that in more detail here a little bit later on. For decades, truck drivers have complained that they are overregulated, and many of the regulations on those books have no connection to highway safety. That is the lead from author Mark Schwemmer, who, of course, is the senior editor over at Landline. In his new story out, DOT focuses on regulatory reform. By the way, the current administration heard the complaints and is in the process of reducing the number of regs in the trucking industry. You guys know the story. On June 27th, the U.S. Department of Transportation reaffirmed its commitment to a regulatory rollback when it announced 9 pro-trucker initiatives. This is what the agency wrote in a fact sheet about its pro-trucker package. The FMCSA's deregulatory initiative is slashing red tape and eliminating burdensome regulations regulations, which generated nearly 25,000 unnecessary violations in 2024. The proposed actions eliminate over 1,800 words from federal regulations and are estimated to save the motor carrier industry millions annually. Don't forget Tom Bray talked about a lot of that elimination. A lot of it's about elimination and simplification. You can hear a lot about that when we repost on the highway with Tom Bray. It's actually in 2 segments. He did the full hour. Many of your phone calls made a difference. If you were here in the first part of the show, you also heard John Maley speak at length about the Trump administration targeting particularly Mexican drivers who actually emanate from Mexico, and they're engaging in cabotage. It's John's belief, as it is Bob Costello, ATA's economist. They think that the administration is not only giving lip service to targeting those drivers, but may in fact actually be going after them. I'll be appearing, by the way, with Jamie Jones next week on John's podcast to talk a little bit further about what these guys mean when they mean business. It's going to be, once again, as John always does over at his own podcast, it's also going to be one of those moments where we talk about really, I guess, controversial, contentious issues, but the way that John does it over there, and it's the reason that Jamie and I agreed to go over there. The Stay in Your Lane podcast is a place where cooler heads prevail, if that makes any sense. They simply tell you what's going on, what they think is going on, rather than trying to press your emotional buttons. That being said, a lot of emotional buttons were pressed by that particular podcast. It's got over 15,000 views now and over 126 comments. Like I said, we're going to be posting John's conversation with me, a brief one, but we're going to get that up there as well, too. Hope you guys will comment and take a look at that as well. And we also talked earlier this morning, we're going to get that up as soon as possible, too, with Colin Long, who was actually here ostensibly to talk about the overtime rule. I couldn't let it go by without talking about the aftermath of the 9 points, but also talking about the new FMCSA director, who for the first time in a long time, while not a truck driver, is as close to the industry, the actual industry of truck driving, as we've had in a long time. He's got bipartisan support, probably going to sail through committee. It's a really good pick. And, of course, it's going to be CVSA approved. Hopefully we'll be calling him Administrator Barr in short order over there. And so just keep your eyes on that. Learn as much as you can about the guy. At the end of the day, you can believe me, you can believe Colin, you can take our words for it, or you can go do your own research as well. And, by the way, let me make something really clear about people doing their own research. There's nothing wrong with reading up more. If doing your own research, meaning the people that I trust have told me some stuff. The people that I listen to have told me some stuff. And I just want to do a little bit more in-depth stuff. Doing your own research does not mean, I don't want to believe the truth, so I'm going to keep on trolling around the internet until I find things to tell me I'm right. That's not doing your own research. That's searching for your prior convictions to be validated by the internet. By the way, the internet will validate every single one of your prior convictions, even if you believe that we're in a simulation like a Philip K. Dick novel. Speaking of that, big thanks to Sam Kelly for making time to talk about, basically what it means to be intoxicated throughout the history of everything. It begins with Alexander the Great and goes right to the present day. Terrific book, and a wonderful conversation we had earlier. Just great. I mean, the idea of starting so late as an author and starting only because you want to keep your kids, grandkids entertained is a wonderful place to begin. And Ron Kinscherf, by the way, has a couple of wonderful books, including the new one, Adorable, which makes his 11th foray into writing for kids and giving you something that you might want to read your children or maybe your grandchildren. All of that is on the table at 615-292-6366. My good friend Lindsay actually sent me a text. I just got it, saying that if we'd like her to drop in, she is more than happy to do that. If she happens to call, we would love to hear from her, but it ain't a command performance. Everybody deserves a vacation, especially with the people they love over in the Cape, doing a little self-care and a little care for Seamus. That would be kind of awesome as well, too. But we'd love to hear from you. There's a lot on the table here at 615-292-6366. By the way, Dre and I were talking about this just the other day. Did you take part in any of Amazon Prime?
I have not yet. I wanted to, but in certain circumstances, I'm having to take it easy.
Yeah. By the way, Momentum Commerce.
Okay.
They manage online sales for 50 brands in a variety of product categories and price points. Says that, and that's, by the way, they're a really good bellwether about how Amazon Prime Day is going. Prime Day. I say Amazon Prime Day. I refuse to say Prime Day.
Why is that?
Because it's Amazon's Prime Day.
Ah, touche.
It is, the idea that it is a very successful attempt to make a very big conglomerate, a monstrous, kill all the competition and, let God sort them out conglomerate, pretty much declare a day for itself.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with that. So it's Amazon Prime Day. It's fine. It's what it is. It's Amazon Prime Day. But Momentum Commerce, they manage the online sales for 50 brands in a variety of product categories and price points. To give you a kind of a clear sense of this, said its Amazon sales plunged 41% year over year on July 8th. And the thing is that they believe that it was the longer Amazon Prime Day had sparked more browsing and fewer buys. That the lack of urgency inside of it, if you give people, here's what's so crazy about it. If you tell people there's only 1 hour to make this happen, many of them are going to make it happen. If you tell people you have a whole day to make it happen, less people are going to make it happen. Do you understand the reference there?
Oh, 100%. What I don't get is, why just call it Prime Day? It's like 3 days, 4 days.
Well, that's exactly it. It went from being Prime Day to Prime Days, But you see what happens is the fact that, but here's what they don't, and by the way, I'm sure they'll make the adjustment. They will make that adjustment because if you give people time to think about an impulse buy, they will not follow their impulse.
There you go.
Full statement. Who do we got on the phone?
Well, I hope it's Pack Rat because that poor man has been trying to get in all day. So let's see if his phone's working. Let's see if he's there. Pack Rat?
How you feeling?
And his phone's not working.
His phone's not working. Gosh diggly do, man.
Or you're just in a bad area. Let me jump on the phone. Maybe I can figure something out.
We'll figure something out, by the way. Just to give you a sense, by the way, that all is not rosy in regards to President Trump's, basically bulldozer routine that he's pulling across the country. There are some foes of tariffs that are urging the appeals courts to curb what they perceive as Trump's blank check. A group of small businesses that won an order finding President Donald Trump's global tariffs illegal urged a federal appeals court to uphold that decision and block the trade levies. For those of you who don't understand what their argument is the fact that what President Trump and Stephen Miller in particular have kind of come up with here is they're saying we're in wartime footing. And because we're in wartime footing, because we have enemies abroad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they're using that wartime status as the ability to kind of enforce tariffs without the approval of Congress. But the truth of the matter is that those tariffs in a time of not war have to be actually passed by Congress. The president has, what they're arguing, not me, what they're arguing is that the president has removed Congress's ability to legislate tariffs and is simply acting unilaterally and exercising powers beyond the scope of his branch. So basically what's happening here is a group of small businesses has basically taken that, the ruling that got them on the map and is taking it now to the appeals court to uphold that decision and block any and all trade levies issued under those auspices. All of this stuff is going on in the wild and wonderful world of trucking on RadioNemo.com. I want to kind of talk about this party really quickly because I want to make sure, and I'm not sure if I've been really clear about this. I think I have. You're invited. This is going to have some people who are Pantsy fans, although all of them are going to be casual, and a lot of these Pantsy fans people come from hard scramble backgrounds, so they're your kind of people. Our friend Diver Driver, by the way, is making his way down from Lake Charles, that area of the country, to make his way down to the greater New Orleans area. He's going to be attending as well. All are invited. All are invited for July 23rd. The festivities begin at 6 o'clock in the evening and then go all the way till 10 at night. At that point, there is a neighborhood zoning law that basically says you got to shut it down. Mm-hmm. Because it's a beautiful place. It's a tourist attraction. It's got a lot of great shops, a lot of great services, a lot of really fun to be had, as Drake can tell you. But it's also, as Drake can tell you, this is very much a residential neighborhood, is it not?
Oh, 100%. And I wanted to add for the party, bring your best overall tuxedo. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. You can dress comfortable, but at the same time look good.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're calling for casual. We're calling for extraordinarily casual, nice.
Yeah.
Is kind of the way you look at it. A nice pair of shorts, a nice button-down short sleeve shirt, maybe some sandals is the kind of thing we're looking for.
You leave that stained shirt at home. You leave it.
Leave that stained shirt at home, man. Leave that stained shirt at home. It's gonna be a lot of people dressed very, very comfortably. The way to kind of think about it, think about the pool parties you go to.
Okay.
Well, maybe not all.
Yeah, I
of
was
them.
about to say, wait, which ones are they going
Well,
to?
but the idea about think about a nice barbecue, family reunion barbecue. Well,
there you
wait a
go.
second. No. Come on, you know what I'm talking about.
Go
here.
to the work party that's at either the pool or at the hotel, but you're not jumping in there, but you're hanging out around it, and you got a little you got a collared shirt or just the shirt that's nice.
The pool party you're going to where you want to hold on to your job.
There you go. You're not
pool-
trying to get sloshed and jump in the pool.
The pool party where you're thinking that maybe, just maybe, this might go viral, and I want people to see what I look like at this party. I want to look this way. Unless you're from Lower Slovovia, then there is no helping you.
And your boss is watching. So.
And your boss is watching. Yeah, that's basically it. Your
Yeah.
boss is watching. As
Yeah.
casual as you can dress if your boss is watching, unless, of course, your boss is one of those guys who always wears a suit to work, even in 180 degrees in Coachella.
I don't know who hurt that man.
By the way, there are people who are like that, by the way. There are people who literally, and by the way, I dig that. It's only when they impose it upon other people, but there are people I know who dress to the nines. I mean, they dress as far as they don't overdress, but man, they take it right to the edge of overdress. They want to look as good as they possibly can, regardless of what they're doing.
Man, how did they do it back? Was it from the 1800s to early 1900s
was
into
colder.
the 60s? Oh yeah, just with suits all the time.
It was
and everything?
colder. I'm going to be straight up honest with you.
Really?
It was colder. We have evidence to know that it was colder. Matter of fact, in the 1970s, there was a serious discussion about a second ice age kicking in.
Whoa. Okay, makes
And
sense.
it's because of the smog. If they hadn't fixed the smog, there would have been a gradual cooling off of things, and it wouldn't have been a pleasant cooling off of things either. You would have seen much more deeper and darker winters. Anybody who grew up in the 70s can tell you right now, before the smog problem was fixed, you would fly into Los Angeles at night during Christmas, and you'd see the clouds below you glowing green and red from all the Christmas lights.
It's like COVID 2020. Just being able to not see the smog.
Oh, well, I'll tell you that was a really interesting thing that happened during COVID. Absolutely. It's like, we lived over in Santa Clarita, but, New Orleans and then Santa Clarita. I'll tell you this, man, the number of coyotes and the number of wild animals. We had
Yes.
shows about that, about nature kind of slowly beginning to return as people kind of stayed inside their houses. Animals began to kind of return to areas, kind of like, what's going on here, man? Something interesting.
The craziest thing was seeing the streets of New Orleans being very clean and not people filled, and also seeing the water in Sicily. That was insane.
In Sicily?
Was it Sicily or was
Venice?
Venice.
It was
yes,
Venice. Yeah, I was like,
yes.
well, now I can imagine that there are other waters that were probably incredibly clean too, but the waters of Venice were a great example and a great reminder too, by the way, that sometimes these situations would seem unsolvable. Moments like that do come along and say, hey, maybe we should take a break for a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe take a break for a little, give people a little bit. Okay, so I talked about this earlier with Tom. I do have to share this story. I wasn't just making this up, by the way. A French daredevil, Jonathan Vero, V-E-R-O, 41 years old, lit himself on fire and rode his motorcycle for 1,450 feet, breaking a Guinness Book of World Records. He's a professional firefighter, okay? Make that really clear, guys. Professional firefighter. He's also an amateur stuntman. I don't know if that's really a thing. If you're an amateur stuntman, doesn't that just make you reckless?
Yeah.
Or maybe he's like one of those guys who hopes one day to be a stuntman and has gone through the. I don't know. I'm not sure. He broke the record for the farthest distance in a full body burn while riding a motorcycle. That really is a thing. In case you guys didn't know, you can do that. He actually earned the records for the fastest full body burn 100-meter sprint. I remember that without oxygen. He did that 17 seconds, and the longest distance full body burn run without oxygen, 893 feet and 2.5 inches. During the other two records, I was burned in several places on my body and felt unwell. It took me over a week to recover physically from these performances, but I was proud to enter the record book that I read as a child, and that's what Vero told the Guinness World Record. He accomplished his latest feat riding his Yamaha Dragstar 1100 over in France, by the way. So not badly done. To achieve this performance, and these are his words, I had to modify the bike to make it fireproof. Then I practiced riding on fire over several distances and in different types of weather. Luckily, the weather was great on the day of the performance and the track was perfect, so I reproduced what I did in training, trying to cover as much distance as possible while staying on fire. Let me repeat myself here. So I reproduced what I did in training, trying to cover as much distance as possible while staying on fire. Have you walked across hot coals?
Not on purpose.
What does that mean?
I just did it, okay, Jimmy? Not crazy. I didn't sit there and be like, oh, yeah, that's a goal. But, hey, man, they fell. I walked in the line of them, and that's not fun.
It's not fun at all, by the way. Our good friend Brad Bentley actually jumped in on the tube of you to say Jimmy Mac and Cheese is trending. Hashtag Brisket Mac Attack. Marty Manganiello, who is going to be at that party on the 23rd, as we're hoping you will be. If you want to attend that party, by the way, simply RSVP at weekends@radionemo.com and just say I'm attending. We just want to get a head count. It isn't going to be like, well, who are you? What do you stand for? What are you all about? Don't bring firearms. Don't bring firearms, by the way. You can leave them in your car. But you get the idea. If you want to come, let us know you're coming. We'd love to see you. It would be really a groovy and cool thing to kind of do. But you just did it. You didn't mean to. Are you being funny?
No, dude, I've always wanted to do it because, like, growing up as a kid, it's like fears of, like, seeing people do that and also getting stuck in quicksand was one of those things that shows and cartoons make kids just fear for no reason when you never really see it. But
and there is no such thing as quicksand, by the way.
Exactly.
You can get out of it. I mean, the thing is, there is sand that is quick. There are water that are full of sand, but you can get out of it. It doesn't keep pulling you down. If you can swim. Basically,
you're not going to drown.
You're not going to get sucked in under. Go on.
Cartoons ruin my life. But I will tell you, I wanted to try it one time, never got down to it. But basically, it got thrown out of from the grill. The grill got kicked over, and basically, I walked into the line of it, and then I walked on it for a second. But then I was like, I can do it because I can't feel my body at the moment since there was some certain things partaken in that.
I see.
On a certain holiday.
You accidentally, because of an accident, had to walk through hot coals and then realized you were doing it and then got through the experience.
Exactly, and then I did it again because I was like, well, maybe I can do it. And then, man, utmost respect to all the people that have done it just for poops and giggles.
Well, and the thing is, too, is that I have not done it. I have not had the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
I would take the opportunity to do it. I do understand the science behind it, guys. It makes a lot of sense. If you keep moving, you never actually plant your foot long enough for the heat to begin to do the damage it's going to do. It's about walking at an incredibly measured pace. You don't want to go too fast because if you fall, you got bigger problems.
Exactly, and I grew up like watching the different things. I was always fascinated, like I said, but I've also grew up walking along gravel and all these different things. So my feet, man, were good to go. I was just like, I went through it, and I'm surprised I didn't get any crazy burns.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you keep moving, you're going to be okay. I mean, the best way to think about it is anybody who's ever walked across a hot parking lot after a long day. Now, listen, people will go swimming and then make the tactical error of putting their flip-flops or their shoes in their bag, and they start walking across that parking lot and go, I need to keep moving. I need to keep moving steady and securely. The problem is you also better have one of those doors that automatically opens because if you have to stop to open your door, you got a problem. I had a friend of mine did it once, Trey. You'll love this. He actually unlocked the door. He got to the door. He pulled the handle while moving and then walked around the car and got in the car. He said if I had stopped for a second to settle in, I'd have burned myself silly.
Oh, man, I can imagine. Another situation is beaches. Walking along those beaches, you are burning those feet because, that sand don't play.
I'll tell you what, man. Our good friend Nick DeMeo is from the Tampa area, and St. Petersburg has some of the most beautiful sand you've ever seen in your life. I'm talking about, it's considered the most gorgeous sand in the known universe.
Oh, been there.
Zebulon 5, I don't care about your blue sand. Don't care. That stuff, though, if you're not wearing flip-flops on that sand at the height of the summer, been nice knowing you, brother. All right. The Trump administration may have punted the prospects of a speed limit or mandate anytime soon, but that won't stop future administrations from bringing it back. U.S. Senator Steve Daines has a solution, though, and he is going to join the show. Let me repeat myself, guys. Steve Daines, U.S. Senator Steve Daines, is going to join Trucking with OOIDA to tell them about it. Plus, they're going to be traveling down to Texas for a look at how truckers are helping in the aftermath of the deadly flooding, and they're going to visit with a truck driver who is also a singer-songwriter. Plus, they've got the news of the day on more and with a brand new Trucking with OOIDA. That's a big deal, guys. Senator Daines is going to be lean and mean and on the scene. And you're going to want to be on top of that, by the way. You don't want to miss that. It is great new content from OOIDA on Trucking with OOIDA, all part of what we're doing over here on the tube of you at Radio Nemo Live, by the way. You can find us there. You can find us at iHeartRadio. You can find us on Pandora. I got two more strange stories, actually, for you, Dre, in this kind of fun making a living, making a life sort of segment. The first of which is, I wonder if this had any impact on our friends who we know are up in Maine. Brown Dog Trucking knows anything about this. So the Maine State Police said troopers put their cowboy skills to test Wednesday when a loose horse was found wandering on the interstate. What the Maine State Police said on their medias of social was that the Bangor Regional Communications Center received multiple calls in the early hours of Wednesday morning reporting a horse running alongside traffic in the Interstate 95 northbound breakdown lane near mile marker 145. The horse crossed the highway median, and troopers located the equine just after 3 a.m. in the southbound passing lane near mile marker 143 in Burnham. That is terrifying, by the way. I am terrified for two reasons. That's how people get killed, first of all. Second of all, horses are beautiful, man. And the idea of one of them get hit by a truck, one of them get hit by a car is just heartbreaking to me.
That's not hitting a deer. That is a horse.
That's a horse, man. Look, I mean, deer's overpopulated. There is not an overpopulation of horses in this country.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, like you said, they're beautiful, they're majestic, and they're useful. And
somebody loves, and most of the time, somebody loves them.
Yes, that is their family member. But at the same time, that's also something you do not want to hit, no matter the size of your vehicle, man. That is a car you're hitting.
Yeah, ain't a deer.
No.
Ain't a deer. By the way, although frightened, the horse was not injured, according to the MSP.
Lord.
What's really cool is, you know how they got it?
Tell me.
They lassoed it.
Yeah, cowboy style.
They lassoed it, and they hitched it to a bumper of a patrol vehicle. An animal control officer then helped load the horse onto a trailer to transport it on home, where I am told it is doing just fine.
I would love to see that episode of Cops. Some cowboy just getting brought in, dude. He's got his own theme music. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's just good stuff. I got one more story from the other side, the other kind of cool climate North American location, and it's from British Columbia, land of Jane Jazrawi and other folks who actually spent some time here on the air with us. Police in British Columbia said there was a literal traffic jam on the highway when a pickup truck lost its load of freshly picked blueberries. The Mission RCMP said on social media that a white Ford pickup truck stopped on the intersection of Lougheed Highway and Wren Street. When the vehicle started moving again moments later, several crates of freshly picked blueberries fell onto the roadway, and Dave Nemo, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, just felt the screams of a million blueberries suddenly go silent. Some crates went crashing down into the roadway, and thousands of blueberries spilled out on the Lougheed Highway, creating a sticky mess for vehicles that drove over the fruit. That was according to the RCMP officers post. They also said that they were called to the juicy incident, and they used the shovel to push the sticky remains out of the roadway. What the Post also joked was perhaps Mission RCMP could team up with the Mission Farmers Market in the future to feature some new offerings such as jackknife jelly, pothole preserves, and the ever-popular traffic jam.
How many people?
You weren't ready for that, were you?
Dude, I wasn't, because I automatically had a thought in my head, because I was wondering how many people jumped out and actually jacked the ones that weren't smashed. Because when I was a kid, we had a sweet potato truck just get demolished, and the back of it, like sweet potatoes everywhere. And I think there was something else weird. It was mushrooms or whatever. And we sat there for a good while. I think other cars were just kind of chilling. And my mom said, "Nah, can't wait anymore." Got out, Walmart bags. Oh, we need to eat. 'Cause she was a single mom, man. She had the hustle.
Yeah, when I worked on the back docks of the National Canal Villery grocery store, and actually was the assistant night manager, every once in a while, somehow somebody would always drop a couple of, pallets of strawberries and they're ruined, man.
I hate that one.
We got to throw that away. Throw it away in the back of your trunk.
Yeah, baby.
By the way, statute of limitations, baby. Statute of limitations. We're going to take a quick break here. We got a great guest coming up. Anthony Nally is the executive producer of the RVers. We're going to be talking to him over the course of the final frame of Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com. You can find us at 365 if you push that go button. We'd love to hear from you guys. By the way, you can jump in and make that call as well. Lots of great stuff, including tomorrow. Don't forget, Senator Daines is going to be on with our friends Trucking with OOIDA when this segment segment immediately ends. Hope you guys get the word out for that. It's a chance to hear a real big player in the industry and on the nation's capital kind of unpack that. Don't forget, tomorrow is Freaky, Feisty, Flinty, and Really Fun Friday. Chris Burdick is going to be here to talk about noise at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. We're going to be talking with Marty Mangiello at 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east. The celebrity chef and, renowned veteran is going to be joining us to kind of shoot the breeze. Jocelyn David is going to be here to talk about respect on the road, a topic that is near and dear to all of our hearts. And then a little bit of breaker back talk with our good friend. You know our good friend. Tea Time, Tara the Turtle. She's going to be kind of going through all of your comments and all of your kind of engagement. And then we're going to get Lindsay on the last half hour, even though she's in the Cape, talk about country and Western music news. It's all part of the fun, freaky, feisty, flinty, and absolutely ferocious lineup that is Road Gang Radio. Well, and then the week will be over with, and Dre and I will go back to having weekends off. We really appreciate that. Hey, Dre, play some music right now. Wow! Well, I was actually moving really fast there and had to kind of put the brakes on. Anthony Nally is next.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit pittsburghpower.com and learn about OPS today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live and rolling once again, this is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, coming at you from the heart of New Orleans, baby. Let's talk about it.
Hey, I told you guys when we were talking earlier that it is National Don't Step on a Bee Day. That's actually a thing. Don't step on a bee day. By the way, this next guest calls himself a longtime wannabe. I don't think that's fair. I think he's a longtime bee. He is very much present in his own life. As with his other TV series, The Aviators, Anthony Nally is a driving force behind the RVers. He also serves as the show's executive producer and director. He and his wife, Lisa, and their 2 rescue dogs entered the RV world in 2015 in a big way. They sold their house and they started the RV life as newbie full-timers. It's great to have you on, by the way. Welcome to the show, and thanks for making the time on Road Gang Radio.
Thanks very much for having me.
So let's kind of unpack the story. I love a good origin story. I love the impulse. My normal co-host, who is on vacation this week over at Cape Cod, doing some stuff with her family, saying goodbye to some folks, getting some closure. She and her husband debated this as well, too, the idea of calling it a day and heading out on the road. Can you kind of talk about that impulse to say, you know what, that's enough of that. We're going to go out and do this thing, and we're taking the dogs along with us.
Well, you when you say impulse, it sounds like it's something that happens rather quickly, something that off the cuff. I could tell you that when we actually made the move, that was probably pretty quick in terms of, forget it, that's it, we're doing it, it's going to happen, that's it. However, it was probably about 20 years in the making, so it's sort of like the most drawn out, long, boring impulse that you could possibly have. But I'm sure it's like that for many other things, but we were enthralled with the notion of getting an RV and hitting the open road and seeing the country and experiencing all sorts of things a good couple of decades ago. And then you go to an RV dealership, you have no idea what you're looking for. There's so many kinds of RVs, big, small, towables, drivables. And then you start to get overwhelmed. And then you go to like an RV show, and then same thing. You see a million different kinds of RVs, and unless you can narrow it down and really start refining what your preferences are, there's just so much to look at. So, I mean, we felt like we were kind of drinking from the garden hose, not the garden hose, that would be easy. Drinking from a fire hose, rather. And then we thought, you know what, let's take all this new information and go and digest it for a while. And then doesn't a week turn into a month, turn into a year, turn into a decade, and nothing happens. And then we essentially went through that whole process again. And then finally, in and around 2015, when we started doing that process for a third time, I was determined at that time, look, I'm not wasting time anymore. We've already done this twice. We've already wasted a good couple of decades of time that we could have been enjoying whatever RV we chose. Now it's time to actually do it. So we picked up a Class A, a really big Class A. And I remember one of the first pictures of me driving it was my wife following us home. And I was between two big rigs, and my back end of the RV, because it was a kind of a unique RV. It had like an upper level loft. So had a garage that we put our motorcycles in, and above the garage was like a 3 or 4 foot tall bedroom, like a loft bedroom that you'd climb up some stairs and then climb into. So that made our back end kind of taller. And that picture, I still see it, was driving along the highway with me in between two big rigs, and our profile, our butt profile, was just as wide and just as tall. So I felt like I had overnight just become a trucker.
I can imagine that, by the way. And I also, you kind of talked about the impulse being a long time coming. It makes me think about the great Hemingway quote when they asked Mike Campbell how he went broke, and he says 2 ways: gradually and then all of a sudden. And that's kind of the thing about an impulse to some degree, is the fact that an impulse, we often act on a long, low rumble underneath ourselves, and then eventually it seems to bubble up to the surface in an instant, and we finally kind of release it out there in the world. I'd also like you to talk about a little bit about the aviators, too, to kind of set this up, kind of bona fides and being able to put something like this together. This is not your first rodeo or your first ride around the block. So talk a little bit about that and how that sets you up uniquely to talk about the RVers as well.
Yeah, well, back in 2010, we started with the aviators, and the aviators and the RVers are very, very similar in terms of what they're about. So they're both personal interests of mine. I've wanted to be a pilot my entire life. As a matter of fact, I wanted to be an airline pilot when I was going into high school, and I'm looking at my career choices, and I'm not the tallest guy in the world. I'm kind of short, and a guidance counselor told me at the time, "Oh, Anthony, I'm sorry, but there's a height requirement to be a pilot. You can't be a pilot." So that changed my lifelong dreams overnight, and so I didn't become a pilot. But Turns out the guidance counselor was absolutely wrong. There is no height requirement.
No. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? That's like, you can't reach the pedals. What are you talking about? I mean, that's just crazy.
I know, it's crazy. Now, hey, when I had my Cessna, I did have some trouble reaching the pedals sometimes, but there are pedal extensions. I mean, there are things that you can do. You can tie a block to the pedals, for crying out loud. There's so many things that you can do. But anyway, I ended up becoming a private pilot once again when I was like 35 years old. So that took a couple of decades longer than it should have if I followed my dreams the way my instincts would have had me do. But I became a private pilot. I got my instrument rating, and that got me in the world of aviation. And I'll tell you, so many people are fascinated by aviation and may not even really realize it. Like, may not want to go to the point of getting their license and actually taking control of an aircraft. But I mean, how many times do you drive by an airport, whether it's a big international airport or a small regional field, and there's just people sitting there at picnic tables or just peering through the fence, just watching the planes take off and land. I mean, it's a wondrous thing. So when we came up with the idea for the aviators, we didn't want to speak exclusively to pilots because, I mean, pilots get it already, I mean, we want to talk to those people who stand outside the fence at an airport watching them take off and land. And, obviously these are people who have, at least a passing interest in aviation. It is fascinating after all. And hopefully these people can get some inspiration from a show like The Aviators and maybe take a step, go out and take a $75 or however it costs now, an intro flight, and just go up with an instructor for 45 minutes or an hour and just experience it. And then maybe do that again and again. And before too long, you might just end up with your license.
By the way, I just keep thinking about it. If you guys don't understand the power of people wanting to fly, all I will say is I'll quote a song. Can't keep my eyes from the circling sky, tongue-tied and twisted, just a burnt-out misfit eye, of course. And that's David Gilmour actually recounting his own first experiences, the great guitarist. I bring up great guitarist because you're a fan of rock and roll as well. And we're going to get to the RVers here in a second. And by the way, guys, you can find the RVers at the RVERS.TV, handsome website that really does a great job of kind of explaining what that is all about. You're also a musician, and Mike, the person whose name is all over this stuff, Dave Nemo, you're a drummer as well, are you not?
Yeah, well, that's what the guys in the band kind of make fun of me. They say we have a group full of musicians, and Anthony, our drummer. Then I started playing a little bit of keyboards, and they said, "Hey, our drummer's become a musician."
Oh,
my
God.
Okay, I get it, guys. But well, that's another thing that I've been doing my entire life. I mean, I was smacking on pots and pans with wooden spoons when I was, all of 2 years old, and my dad was a musician, and he decided to go and get me a toy drum set, so I'd at least be hitting something a little bit more purposeful than pots and pans. And at I got to say, it was my maybe 7th or 8th birthday, he brought home like an actual drum set and said, oh, and I, of course, loved him. I started banging on him and making noise, not playing, just making noise. And he said, okay, now these are real drums. You got to take lessons or I'm sending them back. So I took lessons, and then I started to actually play the drums and playing with meaning and joined bands and started doing stuff. And that's carried ever since. In fact, I got away from drums for about 15 years, and it was RVing, if you can believe it, that got me back into it. The strangest thing. We were at an RV resort in Phoenix, Arizona called Desert Shadows. Now we've made that our winter home kind of permanently now. But they had a talent show going on one February, and we were staying there at the time in our RV. And, of course, we're in an RV. So, I mean, the last thing you're going to carry around with you if you don't need to is surplus stuff. And, of course, a drum set.
Yeah, I got my drum set. I got my drum set in the RV.
A drum set would qualify as surplus stuff for sure. Absolutely 100%. But they had a talent show, and I said, well, look, I'm a drummer. I don't have drums or anything, but if you guys have some drums, I'll play. But that got me thinking, wait a second, we have this loft bedroom above a garage with a couple of motorcycles in it. Well, Lisa doesn't really ride her motorcycle a whole lot. So if we did carry Lisa's motorcycle, that would free up half the garage. And the other half of the garage, I could put, I don't know, maybe a really small electronic drum set in there. So I convinced my wife to let me go out and get an electronic drum set that had like a 3-foot by 3-foot footprint. And she agreed. And then that got me back into drumming. And of course, that drum set didn't stay 3-foot by 3-foot for very long. It grew exponentially into the beast that it's become. But yeah, that got me back into music, and then I met the guys in my band, and I've been in this band now for the past decade, and we've done a couple of U.S. tours where we would promote the TV show, and we would attend RV rallies and aviation rallies like Sun and Fun in Florida. And well, that's a good way to combine aviation, RVing, and drums, just like you've done in this interview. Well done.
And by the way, here's the final little cherry on top that actually gets us to the RVers. So one of the things that I wanted you to kind of talk about in regards to getting those drums on the RV is this is the reality of, for all the joys of the open road, for all the joys of embracing the wild, seeing the United States, every decision you make when it involves stuff, when it comes to living in an RV, is a logistical challenge that requires in-depth thinking. You have to always think about what you actually need as opposed to what you might want in the moment. Is that a fair assessment of RV lifestyle?
Yeah, it really is. And I guess to expand on that, things that can be multi-purpose, like Murphy beds or any kind of Murphy furniture, where a portion of your RV can be a sleeping space, in this configuration, but can be a lounging space in another configuration, or a working space with a desk where you can put a computer in another configuration. So anything that you can think of that either conserves space, collapses down to next to nothing, or that you can find some sort of alternative storage, like there's external compartments that you can latch onto your RV through like a bumper hitch or attach it to a ladder rack or something, or a roof rack. These are all extra things. And of course, now they add weight, and in aviation, weight and balance is very, very important, but you don't really think about it too much on the road, because when you're driving around in your Chevy, you don't really think about how much weight the groceries are, because they don't really make that much of a difference. But in an RV, when you're already driving a vehicle that weighs, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds, the weight starts to matter, because, braking distance matters, the wear and tear on your engine and transmission matters. I guess if weight gets, so high, then, damage to the road even matters. Safety starts to become an issue. So there's lots and lots of considerations when you're dealing with weight issues, but a lot of time it's more space in an RV that is the limiting factor.
And I wanted to ask you a question on the flip side of it. So do you find, and do you think, maybe it's you think, because, man, you're out there on the road now, but do you think that people who actually go back and forth between an RV and an actual fixed address often export some of those ideas from the RV to actually help them live more efficiently? And actually, so many people live in fixed residences of nothing but clutter, just the total accumulation of what I call Shasta, and you know what the actual word I mean is. And so what I'm getting at here is, do you feel like that maybe spending some time in an RV, if in fact that's what you want to do, I'm not recommending people who want to declutter their lives simply go to an RV, but do you feel like that there is some wisdom that can inform people in fixed residences? Hoarding is something different, but to avoid the kind of accumulation of stuff that goes on in our life, is there sort of a zen in the art of RV maintenance and RV lifestyle that can be then exported back to the home?
Well, if there is any Zen to that, I am not the Zen master of that. I definitely am a gadget guy. I am definitely someone who likes to accumulate things. Says this during, the midst of Prime Days happening on Amazon right now, where I'm thinking, okay, this is my last chance to get 20% off on something. So, as far as, scaling back on the junk, that's not really me. But when it comes to an RV, you're kind of forced to. You can't just have everything. It's got to be efficiency is key. You know, I mean, you want to bring tools, for example. I've got all kinds of tools because if you get on the road and have a problem, which is basically 100% of the time, if you don't have tools to fix that problem, then the problem just became so much worse. I mean, so many problems can be solved using the right tool at the right time, the right way. And if you remove one of those things, it's just way more of a pain than it needs to be. But you can't have every tool in the world or every tool that you'd have in a complex garage or shop in your RV. So you find, smaller versions of them. So it's like stubby screwdrivers instead of full-size screwdrivers. I don't know what that saves you a few inches here and there, but everything adds up, So, I mean, you start to learn what you need to bring, what you should bring, and what you shouldn't bring. And the one cardinal sin, and, even after RVing for so many years, we still do it. We start off in the north where we spend our summers and spring and fall, and then we head down to Phoenix in the wintertime. And we have everything that we need in Phoenix, and we have everything that we need in our northern location. And for the trip, we kind of already have everything that we need in the RV. So the idea is when it's time for us to go to Phoenix, you basically don't need to pack. You just leave one place, go into the RV where you're going to live for the next few days on the road, and then head into the place in Phoenix where you have all that stuff. Yet we still manage to find a way to find a necessity to pack some extra stuff, and invariably you pack too much of it. And then when you get there, it's like, man, we didn't use any of this stuff. And you commit to yourself, next year we're going to bring less stuff. And next year you may or may not do that.
I want to once again take an exit ramp here and talk about the show now in detail. There is a market here. And I say market, I should also mean a community. By the way, I'm too much in Prime Amazon, so you have to forgive me. It's basically the overall size of the RV community, according to your own notes, in the U.S. exceeds over 30 million people, and many of the most popular RV organizations boast membership in the hundreds of thousands. So doing a show like this, a popular show like this, really kind of speaks to the fact that there's an audience for this, not just an audience who's doing it, but an audience who is actually contemplating this. And have you found in your journeys when you encounter those who are traveling but not RVing it, have the questions been getting louder and louder? Have more Americans been approaching you and saying, hey, we're thinking about this. Hey, Anthony, what do you think? How do we go about doing this? And, you said that it wasn't actually an impulse. It was an impulse born of years of contemplation. What do you tell people who are watching the show, consuming its content, and say, that looks like fun? Do you feel like you give enough of the difficulties of what it is out there to make sure that they're informed as to what kind of choices they'll be making if they choose to join the joy that is out there?
Well, that's a terrific question. The whole purpose of the RVers isn't, I don't want to say it's not for RVers. It's absolutely for RVers because it shows you ways that you can use your RV, ways that other people are utilizing and enjoying RVing, perhaps in a way that you hadn't thought of at all, perhaps, maybe, or a way that you hadn't considered yet. So it just kind of opens more opportunities for you. It gives you more ideas. But I think even more importantly, very similar to what the Aviators was before it, it's for those people, and we've had so many people come up to us over the years, seeing us in our RV, going around doing stuff and saying, well, you know what, when I retire, I want to do that. Or, hey, you're living my life. And there's a couple of things there. Number one is, I'm not living your life. This is a life that's livable by anybody.
Yeah, you also want to say, do you play drums? Because unless you play drums, you're not living my life. I just wanted to kind of point that out.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I can certainly complicate it that much more if I wanted to challenge them on me living their life or vice versa. But basically, go out and get any RV, whether it's a huge $1 million luxury RV or a $5,000 beater that your neighbor was trying to get rid of. Once you've got one, then just use it. Whether you're going out for a weekend once a year or a few weeks every couple of years, or whether you're going to full time, it doesn't matter how you use it. Just use it because you will 100% find enjoyment. And these people that are saying, you're living my life, or I'm going to do this when I retire. Well, that's great. That's a lofty ambition, but tomorrow is not guaranteed. And one thing that we realized, having belabored our entry into RVing for a couple of decades, is that's lost time. I mean, we could have just gotten some kind of a beater RV 20 years ago just to get in there and experience it and start enjoying it. And then, trade up and trade up and trade up. And we could have ended up with the RV that we have today, or not, or something else might have, it might have evolved a little bit differently. But you got to do it any which way you can, because, I mean, you're going to go on vacations. I mean, people probably want to go on more vacations than fewer, of course, but over the course of your life, you will be going on vacation. Just think of RVing as another way to go on vacation. And instead of spending a lot of money on a trip far away that, at the end of the week or what have you, it's just gone forever. You can invest some of that saved money, buy a relatively inexpensive RV that you can tow behind whatever vehicle that you're driving right now, and just get started that way and just experience it. And you know what? The resale market's still pretty good. During COVID, it was insane how crazy it was. But, if it's not for you, and it's not for everyone, if it's not for you, you sell it, because it'll sell. It'll sell. RVs are hot items, and it just makes you kind of life that you can experience for yourself and for your family just completely different, very, very different than anything else you might experience.
By the way, guys, I want to let you know, if you haven't seen the RVers.tv, if you haven't made your way over to Anthony Nally's site, it's important to point out, too, this is not reality television, it's lifestyle television, and I'm distinguishing those two for you. I want people to understand this isn't an ongoing series of manufactured dramas. It really is useful information and kind of a slice of life to give you a chance to look at the problems and the issues and the joys that often result from this sort of lifestyle. This isn't about who doesn't like who and what's going on and the typical tensions. It really is, and there's a real hunger for that out there as well, too, that people want less of, like, who said what to whom kind of nonsense, and more of, how did you do that? How does that work? How did you deal with that problem? How did you solve that issue? And what kind of fun did you have? That's fair assessment from at least what I've consumed.
Well, I really appreciate your saying that, because some people do call the show a reality show, but let's be very careful about what reality shows are. They are the furthest thing that you can imagine from actual reality. You say it quite accurately, the manufactured drama, the conflict that doesn't need to exist. I remember watching an aviation-based reality show some years back, and of all the adventure that you can find at any given aviation event or air show, they created some drama out of the fact that a part that they were waiting for was late. And the whole, going to commercial and then, oh, no, we're not going to get it. It basically revolves around a FedEx delivery. I mean, that's the kind of manufactured drama. They're creating drama out of a delayed FedEx delivery on an aviation show because they couldn't find anything else exciting out of aviation. I mean, that's just insane.
That's insane.
So much going on, I mean, that's reality TV where it's just nonsense. And quite honestly, aviators, RVers, all of my shows, I like to think, reflect my passion for the subject matter. And I think reality shows, they're just a conveyor belt of remanufactured false drama concepts that are, whether it's a junkyard or a storage locker or what have you, they just change the venue and it's the same formula over and over again. We've decided we're not going to do that.
Yeah, and it makes a big difference, by the way, because it really means, I was talking to Dre about this, and he was talking about the predictability of certain plots on certain television shows, but he said he didn't care. And he said, I don't know why I keep watching the show when I know how the plots are going to play out. And I said, you don't care because you like the performers and you just like spending time with them. And there really is a genre for that where, I don't know, I mean, maybe I just want to check in and spend some time with people I really like and watch them solve genuine problems. It's a format that does work, does it not?
Well, it does. It's worked for us for 8 seasons on Aviators. It's worked for us for going into 7 seasons on RVers. And both show no signs of ending. RVers, we're working on season 7 right now. we've already gotten some filming in the can that we are putting into season 8. So we've got every intention of taking our RVers at least another few years, and something our viewers are telling us, they're really, really increasingly interested in segments that revolve around travel, which seems like odd to say for RVing. Of course, it's travel, but sort of RVing in a bit of a unique way. We've done a couple of RV tours with Fantasy RV Tours, and you think, why do I need to attend a tour if I'm going in my RV and I'm doing the driving? But we went down to Mexico, and I would never have considered driving an RV on my own in Mexico in a million years, just for a lot of reasons. Just that, you have to have separate insurance. I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't have done that. So I would have shown up at the border, and they would have asked me about my insurance, and I'm thinking my insurance is good, and it's like, no, it's not Mexican insurance, and that would have puzzled me. So that's just the simplest of things that they help you overcome. But I'll tell you, I'm not a tour guy. I don't like to go to all these. It's not my thing. It's not my thing. But I'll tell you, I did my first RV tour, which was actually just aired last Sunday on Destination America, the episode that encompassed my first RV tour. And it was fantastic. I would very much recommend that to anybody who really has an RV, wants to do things with it, and doesn't really know where their limits lie. They think that a grand tour might be a little beyond their planning and execution skills. Well, that's where an organized tour comes in. And, at the end of the day of participating in all kinds of great things and meals and hanging out with people and doing cool things, you go back to your RV and nestle in and snuggle up to your dog and do it all again the next day. It's just terrific.
We're out of time, by the way. I need you to make me a promise that sooner rather than later you'll come back, because my co-host lives for this conversation, and she had to go on a genuinely important break over the course of the week. I want to let people also know that the RVers will air on broadcast TV, on Discovery, as well as PBS across Canada, on the Wild Pursuit Network, Bell's TV Czech, as well as internationally through Cana Media, CANA Media. The series is also available digitally on Apple TV, formerly iTunes, Amazon Prime Video, Google Play, Microsoft Xbox, and Vudu. Anthony, I feel like I made a friend. I am so glad you could join us this morning. My producer had questions for you. People out there had questions for you. Promise me you'll come back, please.
Absolutely will. It's been great fun and a great honor. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, sir. Anthony Nally, of course, is the creator of The Aviators, and for the purposes of this conversation, The RVers. Go to thervers.tv. OIDA is coming up next. Trucking with OIDA is coming up next. Senator Daines is actually going to be part of that conversation as Scott and Ashley dig in deep with him. They've also got a musician who also happens to be a truck driver. A lot of other great stuff on the table. That's it. We are done here at Road Gang Radio. You can find us on the Tube of You. Tomorrow you'll find us on the Book of Face. You can also find us everywhere. We have platforms Pandora, platforms we will not mention, iHeartRadio, iHeart all of you. Goodbye.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
The proposed speed limiter mandate is gone for now. Senator Steve Daines of Montana joins the show to talk about his plan to keep it gone forever. We'll also have a look at how truckers are coming to help those in need in Texas. And in it for the long haul, a visit with the musician making music from behind the wheel. Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford. How you doing today, Scott?
Doing just fine. How are you, Ashley?
Wonderful as always.
We've got a lot of stuff coming up today.
Yeah, we got a good show. We'll cover the news of the day here, of course, including a new recall of tens of thousands of PACCAR trucks and a warning about a new scam that's going around.
Plenty of news to get to, of course. We've also, as we mentioned there, got Senator Daines of Montana coming up as well to talk about how he and his colleagues approach trucking issues in general, along with his attempts to kill an idea of a speed limiter mandate for good. So that's a good talk we're looking forward to. Also, Long Haul Paul, who you've spoken with before.
I did, yes. This guy, he started trucking in like the late 70s. First job, made $5 an hour. Like this guy his heart is in the truck and he's a musician. So very interesting guy to talk to.
Very interesting guy. Looking forward to that. But before all that, we've talked about this before. We've been watching a tragedy unfold over the past several days, and as always is the case when disaster strikes, truckers are stepping up. Let's turn now to OIDA board member Danny Schnauz, who's in Texas and has been helping with the response to that catastrophic flooding in central Texas that has killed more than 100 people now. Danny has been doing what he can to help, and he joins us on the phone now. Danny, how we doing?
Doing great this morning. Thank you.
So your company, Clark Freight, offered and has been hauling relief loads out to areas of need, I should say. Can you tell us a little bit about how that effort began? What prompted it?
Sure. We've offered several loads. We've completed one so far, and others are in the works. But it began with me texting our mayor and a couple of other organizers of groups in our area, and me simply offering. And whenever I did that, one group was already collecting using a small U-Haul, which they quickly outgrew. And the other groups are waiting for a longer timeline to work a later phase of the recovery. So those loads are still coming up.
Do you know how many loads you've hauled?
For this effort, so far, one. For other efforts in the past, it's a lot.
What are you hearing? And for our listeners, can you kind of explain how far you are away from again, that devastating, scene that we're seeing on news reports out there? How far away are you from all of that?
It's a large area, so the range of distance is from 250 to 300 miles from us. We're here on the Gulf Coast, almost can see the water from where we're at, and it's over in central Texas, northwest of San Antonio.
So you're a ways away from it, but obviously when something like this happens, it affects a great number of people across a pretty wide area for sure. You're, going out to help, and your company has been. Talk about how that decision is made, and I know this isn't the first time you've done something like this, but talk about how that process kind of plays out, where you go from, seeing the reports and hearing the reports to actually stepping up and doing something.
Well, that's a great question, and it really starts with understanding the magnitude of what's going on and then where it's at geographically. And since this is to us close, and it's a large event, they're going to need a lot of deliveries of either donations or things that are bought, whatever it is. And, of course, transportation is what we do. So it's no kind of analysis, is no kind of putting pencil to paper. It's just a matter of, is this something that's going to need trucks, and is it within our power to do it? And then we start offering out. And there is a desire to get help out there quickly, but we have to yield to the plan of the organizers that are on the scene so that they're not inundated with supplies that they can't store, that they may not need yet. And there's several different groups that do an excellent job of what's on the ground over there. And we yield to them and bring them the things that have been donated whenever they say it's ready to receive those.
Now, you said you've done one haul. What was in that?
It was a variety of things from dog food to diapers to paper towels. And, of course, bottled water. That seems to be the biggest thing that always happens. I also saw some lots of soap in there and some laundry detergent, things like that.
Your company, Clark Freight, I know has done this kind of thing in the past. Can you talk about other disasters, other tragedies that you've helped out with, and what that process looked like, and kind of what you learned from it?
Sure, there is always a lot of learning that comes from these. They're all different, but there is a basic blueprint for how to help. We've taken loads down from our Mississippi, northern Mississippi terminal years ago, down to the Biloxi area after Katrina. We've taken loads all the way over to Florida in some hurricanes before. We've helped in western Louisiana fairly recently. Most of those are hurricanes. We did help in an Alabama tornado there in Tuscaloosa. And what we learned is you have to be coordinated. And as I've mentioned a few minutes ago, if we show up with trailer loads of supplies that are not needed yet, or there's no place to put them, then we're going to become the storage trailer. And actually, we're adding to the chaos instead of adding to the help. So there's some really well-organized groups, and I try to make sure that one of those groups that I'm familiar with is in the receiving end. And if not, then I get more involved with where are we taking it to, what's going to be available to unload, whether it's manpower or equipment. I get more deeply into that unless I recognize one of the on-the-ground groups that's there to receive it.
Yeah, this is not one of these situations where you see something happen and you just kind of load up your trailer and head out there, right? You've got to make sure you've got that coordination. Right. And you got to make sure also you're doing everything right in terms of, regulations and whatnot. I imagine that you will be or have been utilizing hours of service, relaxation, orders that are out there.
Yes, for sure. That hours of service waiver actually came into effect on this run. It doesn't always, just depending on the individual circumstances of the driver. But of course, hours of service to us are the regulatory guideline, but what we look for even more so is the safety aspect, which of course hours of service tries to aid with it and doesn't always. But we make sure that the driver that's going is a rested driver that's able to handle whatever is ahead, because the roads may not be as clear as we think. The unloading may not be as timely as we expected. And even getting back out. There could be some construction or one-way traffic on roads where the driver's not able to come out the same way he went in. So hours of service available or not, we utilize the waiver, but we are going to send a driver that's ready to handle that extended couple of days for sure.
For anyone listening who might be thinking they would like to lend a hand and help, do you have any advice for them?
Sure. The first thing is, if you've never done this before, you've got to work alongside some groups that are familiar with this, that have a track record doing it. We have done the collecting of items before. That's very time-consuming, and you disappoint a lot of people if you do it in a really organized, common-sense way, because the good-hearted people that just want to help, they want to bring whatever they have. But there's a time for clothes. There's a time for water. There's time for all of these things. And as I said earlier, it has to be a coordinated effort. So if you're wanting to help, then join up with a group that's done it before. And that can be a local church. It could be the Salvation Army. There's many groups like Samaritan's Purse. One of them that we deal with a lot is out of Louisiana. And whenever you're dealing with one of these groups, it's going to go right. And you can learn from that and understand how you can be the most help for the group that needs it, instead of just basically feeling good about doing something, which is good for you, but yeah. We all want to be effective in our help.
Absolutely. Yeah, certainly going to be a lot of need for help out there in the weeks to come. Danny, thank you for sharing your story with us. Thank you for everything you and your colleagues there at Clark Freight are doing to help out as well. And thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Sure thing. It's good to get the word out. Trucking is full of good-hearted people. Of course, our brother and I own this company, and we're truckers at heart, and have been drivers for years. And the drivers that we have here are always excited to go do this kind of thing, and I think you'll find that's true across all of America's truckers. Just good-hearted people ready to help.
100%. Thanks a lot, Danny. We appreciate it.
Sure thing.
And once again, that was OIDA board member Danny Schnautz, stepping up in what, by all accounts, is a horrible situation there in Central Texas. I'm always reminded of that Mr. Rogers thing.
Honestly, I had the same thought. That's kind of funny. Yeah.
And truckers, when disaster strikes,
They
look
are
for the
the
helpers.
helpers.
Truckers are the helpers.
For
So
sure.
it's always great to talk to people who are doing that for sure.
Yeah. And if you're in Texas, whether you've been affected by the flooding or you're helping out, we would love to hear from you. You can give us a call at 1-800-324-6856, or if you want to send us an email, podcast@ooida.com.
Yeah, and again, it could be, the situation there in Texas. It could be another disaster. There have been so many, unfortunately, throughout the United States over the past, several years. And if you've been one of those helpers, we'd love to hear from you. Love to hear that story and find out exactly, what happened and how you stepped up and help people out there. So please do reach out. We are going to step out for a very quick break here. But when we come back, Ashley, we're going to have Senator Steve Daines of Montana on the line to talk about the DRIVE Act, his bill that would stop FMCSA from imposing a speed limiter mandate. So looking forward to that. We've spoken with him before. Always a great talk, so we'll look forward to that. Again, Senator Daines is up right after this short commercial break on Trucking with OIDA, so stick around. Welcome back to the show. We're not going to waste any time now welcoming our next guest onto the program. We are honored to be joined now by Senator Steve Daines of Montana, who recently reintroduced a bill that would keep FMCSA from ever imposing a speed limiter mandate. Senator Daines, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Good. Hey, thanks for joining us again. Really appreciate it. We talked to you a couple years ago. You probably don't remember. I know you've done a.
I was prompted, and I did remember it actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we left a good impression. That's good, right?
Good. You did. I'm back for another try,
Absolutely. Yes. Well, we certainly do appreciate it. You've been keeping busy, it appears, there in Washington, D.C. You got quite a bit going on.
Well, there's plenty going on. It was great to stop the largest tax increase coming out in American history, which we did with President Trump signing one big, beautiful bill on July 4th. That's a big win for the American people.
We are going to talk a little bit about something more pointed here, obviously. And a couple years ago, we talked to you when you first introduced the DRIVE Act, kind of its first incarnation there. There are folks listening who may not be completely familiar with the DRIVE Act, and we certainly have talked about it on the show quite a bit. But instead of me explaining what this bill would do, I'm going to let you do the honors here. But overall, it's pretty simple, right?
Well, it really is. It's not that complicated. And representing a great state like Montana, where common sense still prevails, this is about common sense. And so this DRIVE Act, this bill I have, would prohibit the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration from implementing any regulations that require semis to have a speed limiter device. That's simple. That's what it does.
Yeah, and really, again, it is super simple. And of course, there are a number of other concerns that are out there, and I know you've heard the concerns from truck drivers, about safety concerns, inconveniences. Talk a little bit about the reasoning behind the bill, because the bill itself, again, is pretty simple, but there are a number of reasons behind it that kind of make it necessary.
Well, first of all, when you have bureaucrats in Washington not understanding what's going on in the real world on the highways across America, that's a problem. I can tell you that when I speak to my truck drivers, my Montanan truck drivers, they know what works best, and they ultimately have the safety of their personal lives as well as those around them at their highest priority. And what Joe Biden proposed were unnecessary and dangerous speed limiter rules on commercial motor vehicles, semis and 18-wheelers. And here's the reality. It would have done nothing more than actually cause more congestion and actually higher crash rates. The reason some want to put these regulations in place is because they want to reduce congestion and lower crash rates. The reality is the rule they were put in place would actually cause more congestion and higher crash rates, literally the opposite consequence of what they were intending to fix, which is typical sometimes with bureaucrats in Washington. So this is something that was supported by the Montana Trucking Association, by the National Association of Small Trucking Companies. And I got to tell you, I was glad to see our new Department of Transportation Secretary Duffy, Sean Duffy, who I served with in the House once upon a time. He's been a friend for years. He actually rescinded this harmful speed limiter rule a few weeks ago. That's a win right now for those that are out on the roads day in and day out.
Yeah, and to that point, too, Secretary Duffy, in rescinding that rule, I think there may be a misconception out there that by doing that, this issue goes away, and there may be people wondering why a bill like yours would be necessary in that case. I know the answer to this, but for others out there that may not, this bill would essentially, no matter what administration comes out, up down the line,
right?
This bill, if it were signed into law, would essentially bar FMCSA from ever putting a speed limiter mandate into effect. So your bill is still, relevant even after that move.
It is. You've captured it very, very well, Scott. It's, the good news is Secretary Duffy was able to move quickly, basically through executive department action, to change this regulation. The bad news is that the next administration, if one that came in that was to the left side of the teeter-totter, they could put it back in place. So by passing the law, it will codify it, and that will give us insurance that no matter who's in charge in the White House, this regulation would not exist. So that's why we still have to press forward on the change in the law, but at least celebrate the short-term victory from President Trump and his great Secretary of Transportation, Duffy, that we've got this rule rescinded for the time being. Now, as long as you have President Trump in office, let's assume in 2028, when he can't run, that he is replaced by a like-minded type president that understands freedom and understands common sense, we'd be okay. But we have to always anticipate that what if the election went the wrong way in 28? That's why we've got to codify it in Congress now.
We should mention that your bill, again, the DRIVE Act, does have a companion piece of legislation in the House introduced by Representative Josh Burkeen of Oklahoma. Your bill in the Senate, I think at last check, had 8 co-sponsors or has 8 co-sponsors right now. All 8 are from your side of the political aisle. What is it going to take to garner more support? And I suppose, how are you making that pitch to your fellow senators to kind of get on board with this?
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. So far, it's just Republicans that are on this bill with me. But look, we've got to make the safety argument, the data-based safety argument on this to convince my Democrat colleagues to get on board, because they'll have their folks on the left side of the teeter-totter. They're going to fight us on it. I think you got to go back to common sense and look at the data. So that's the argument we've got to make, and to have our listeners who are out there, who are voters, to be voicing their input on this to their respective senators and members of Congress, both Republicans and Democrats. So it's important that the voice of the transportation community is heard, and those are voters. And look, members of Congress, listen to what voters have to say.
With regard to this issue, I would imagine when you talk about this with your fellow senators and their staff, I would imagine quite a few of them don't quite understand the idea of speed limiters. I know you've got a lot of issues that you're looking at on an everyday basis, so I understand that. Is kind of explaining that, explaining the situation to them and explaining what speed limiters would do if there was a mandate. Does that kind of hit home for them? Is there a lot of explanation that you kind of have to do? Because it is one of these things that I think for a lot of people, it looks good on paper and makes sense on paper. But when you talk about the implications that we talked about earlier, the safety concerns, inconveniences, and all of that, it kind of comes into focus a bit better. What are those conversations like?
Well, this is why the best advocates here are those who are on the roads themselves, the thoughtful associations. For me, it's my Montana Trucking Association. Every state has a different type of trucking association. Those are the leaders that understand how to frame these arguments best for members of Congress. So my encouragement would be to work with your local trucking association groups and get them active in communicating their concerns for this regulation and why it's important we codify it. Now, here's another thought, too. We're going to have more data coming out over the course of the next several years, as long as Trump's in office, where we're going to see the effect of not having these limiters in place. And there may be some more data over time that's going to come out from actual data on the roads. But again, I think we need to engage our trucking association in respective states, have them come make the argument to their members in the House and the Senate that this is about actually making the roads safer, and that by putting these limiters in place actually makes transportation less safe. That's the salient argument.
Right. And that one-size-fits-all approach, too, when you look at a state like yours, Montana, you've got a lot of rural two-lane highways. You start putting speed limiters in place in states like yours, that's going to create a lot of problems. And I know I'm sure the Trucking Association has talked about that as well, but that is something certainly with, more rural states, that would be a huge issue in those places if this went into effect.
Well, it is. I mean, just common sense, having being 5 generations deep in Montana from my family heritage, having spent a lot of time on the small back roads. If you're driving a commercial vehicle and you're behind a slow moving, let's say there's a farmer or rancher moving equipment on the highway and they're at a lower speed, you got to get around to make a safe pass as quickly as possible. You want to be able to accelerate, make the safe pass when it's clear, and get back into the lane as quickly as possible. The more time you're out there spent in the opposite lane, the more dangerous it is. Yeah. And they're just a common sense example of why you want to have the ability to quickly accelerate, make the safe pass, and get back in your lane. And folks in rural communities understand that, but you got folks from the urban areas who don't quite get that.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier that you I'm not sure how regular the conversations are, but you have conversations with the Trucking Association there in Montana. Sounds like you're talking to truckers on a pretty regular basis as well, obviously your constituents. But what are you hearing from them? Like, what other issues are popping up that they're talking about that have maybe caught your eye? Different trucking issues that you think may be worth exploring down the line here?
Well, a couple things. First of all, the price of fuel always catches their eye.
Yep.
What's happening certainly with input costs. But another one that caught the eye, certainly the trucking community, was the nonsense coming from the Biden administration on EV mandates. I mean, there was a period of time there that Joe Biden was pushing this crazy green, I call it a green hallucination, on our truckers, trying to mandate electric vehicles for our truckers. Yeah. Can you imagine? I mean, I said at that time, I said, find me a trucker who wants to do a long haul from Glendive, Montana to Butte in an electric semi in January. And if I could quote George Strait, I'll find you some oceanfront property in Arizona. I mean, that was nuts what they were doing with that. And so that's where common sense just comes through, that they were proposing ideas that were not going to work in Montana. It's too rural. There's not enough charging stations. It's too cold in the wintertime. I'd like to see liberals driving an EV through a snowbank sometime. So anyway, that was an example of something that caught the eye of our trucking community that we will stop. Now, I mean, I don't have a problem with electric vehicles, but I don't want the government mandating them on us. Right. As the free markets continue to develop the technology and charging capacity and so forth, and perhaps if you got a fleet of buses in a city where you can charge them during the night and run them on electricity during the day, that might make some sense. But I just don't want the federal government saying you only can have an EV. That would absolutely crush our trucking industry.
Yeah, that technology obviously not quite ready for prime time in terms of commercial motor vehicles for the most part. And obviously President Trump struck down a lot of the emission standards and the rules that we saw out of California, and that's kind of trickled down as well. So, I don't think we're going to see too much of that, at least in the next few years for sure, but definitely an issue worth keeping an eye on. You mentioned something earlier, Senator, and I know your time is valuable, so I don't want to take up too much of it here, but you mentioned the importance of reaching out to your lawmakers and explaining these things to them. And I think we may have talked about this a couple of years ago when we spoke as well. But that conversation and that outreach, talk again about how important that is and what does that look like? What is most helpful for you when you hear from a constituent, a truck driver maybe specifically, about the issues that they're concerned about? What does that conversation look like? What should they be doing out there?
Well, look, you've got to be squawking. The problem we face, and I speak as somebody who grew up in the trades. My dad was a contractor, spent a lot of time in construction sites growing up during my summers. And, when you're working the trades, when you're doing long hauls with trucking industry, look, you're busy in trying to make ends meet when you're in your daily life. You're working long hours, you're working hard, and then where's the time to be heard, to make phone calls with your elected representatives? But I tell you, it's really important to find that phone number. Usually you can find it online, do a quick search, just register your voice, make that phone call, because I'll tell you, they've got staff who literally will report whatever's coming in on the phones. I mean, I see that on a daily basis. What are the Montanans calling in about what issue, and what are they saying about it? And the problem is, when good people don't act, we get bad results. And so this is where the common men and women out there who are working hard every day need to take that quick few minutes, make that phone call, make sure your voice is heard, or send that email in if that's the better way to communicate. But then second, again, engage your trucking associations within the respective states. Get involved. Make your voice heard to them, and they can be the voice to carry to Washington. But what makes this country great is when good people get out there on the right side of these issues and make their voice heard, because the other side's squawking loud enough. We need to make sure our voice is heard too.
Well said. Senator Daines, again, I know your time is valuable. Thank you for your work on the speed limiter issue. Thank you for all the work you're doing out there on behalf of truck drivers, and thank you for your time today. We really do appreciate it.
Scott, appreciate you, and to all the truck drivers out there listening, thank you for what you do. We would not be eating every day if it weren't for the fact we're hauling produce around this country. So a big thanks to our truckers.
Our thanks once again there to Senator Steve Daines of Montana, again, for his work on this matter, and for his time today as well. As for Trucking with OOIDA, we've got to take a quick break, but hang tight. We've got more coming right up right after this break.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Scott, it's always fun when we get to chat with the OOIDA members, not just about trucking and their career, which I love talking about, but also their hobbies.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's clear. Obviously, truck driving is their job, but it's not all of who
what
they
they do.
are, right? Yeah, it's always interesting to hear about different hobbies and different talents, and obviously there are a lot of people out there with a lot of talents and hobbies that are interesting. So yeah, it's always good to hear what they're doing on the side to keep themselves occupied.
Yeah, I talked with Paul Marhoefer recently, and he kind of combines the two, trucking and music, especially with his music videos. And he talks about how driving and writing songs have kind of come together, and so it was a really great chat. Let's take a listen. From strumming a guitar to steering a semi, Paul Marhoefer, better known as Long Haul Paul, is passionate about songwriting and trucking.
Here's a highway path. Here's a highway song. And I called the road my home. I just knew I was going far.
We recently caught up with him while he was deadheading to Lubbock, Texas to pick up some cheese. He's been driving truck since 1979.
Well, I started driving a straight truck full-time in 1979. And so this is right before deregulation. And I was 19. I was making $5 an hour. I had coworkers in their 30s and 40s. I was taking a little break from college. And one of the most dangerous things that can happen to you is if you find a job that pays just enough, and while you're trying to finish college, and I did go back to college, but I kept bouncing between college and trucking, and eventually the trucking won.
Once Paul got going, he knew a career that kept him moving was what he wanted.
There's a wonderful line from a Michael Perry song. He said, "Motion is your morphine," and I think I am honestly addicted to motion. I honestly think that motion is a function of an addictive personality and the need for motion. And it's a healthy replacement addiction. But I really feel like had I been born in a train town, I would have worked on trains. But I'm in motion right now as we speak. And I seem to be the happiest in motion, as did my entire family. My mother always was happiest when we were on the road.
Paul currently hauls reefer.
I found a place 14 years ago where I became kind of institutionalized here in Lawler trucking. And it's probably about the most predictable reefer freight. So they've got direct contracts, and they've taken a lot of the unpredictability out of reefer. So a lot of people think that reefer freight is the bottom of the barrel when it comes to trucking, but reefer isn't the problem. Bad reefer is the problem.
Paul's most memorable load wasn't exactly what he hauled, but where he hauled it.
I took a load of tropical plants from Venus, Florida to Fairbanks, Alaska, January of 2005, and I teamed it up there. And I found it very mundane. Like, the provinces do such a good job on their roads. It was just like any other load. It's 5,400 miles up there, which is about like going around from Indiana to California and back. And it was a very uneventful trip, but it was the bragging rights. The only exception to that was that the first time I've ever really seen the Northern Lights, and it was a spectacular thing. Belden was my co-driver, and I woke him up just to see those lights. It's funny, they come and go sometimes. So by the time he got up and got dressed and came outside, they weren't really as bright as they had been. But I found that running the Yukon Territory, I love that because you have these old Quonset huts that, you know, when the road was built back during World War II, some of those old military Quonset huts became small truck stops. And I was on the Alcan Highway, and I told a gentleman that I was taking tropical plants to Alaska. And when I got back through there, I don't know, 4 days later, he goes, "So how was Alaska?" Like, to be remembered, like there's so few people still going through there. To be remembered was really a oddity to a lower 48er. I mean, nobody at the pilot's going to say, "How was your trip to Florida?" At the Knoxville pilot, nor would they have any reason to. But yeah, that small truck stop proprietor remembered my trip to Alaska.
Along with his career on the road, Paul began his music career at the age of 19 when he started writing.
Well, I was writing. I started writing at the age of 19. I was writing mostly gospel songs. And then at about 24, I wrote my first song about something that happened. And it was about Denise's dad passing away. And then I really probably started taking off as a writer when I came over here to Moeller Trucking, because it got so, I just, instead of being an owner-operator, and then in 10 years I was an owner-operator, I never wrote a single song. It was, you know, it takes everything you've got to manage all the aspects of being an owner-operator, and I never even played my guitar. But after I came here to Moeller Trucking, I really began to just crank out songs, because even before E-Logs, a lot of their freight was legal, and there were a lot of long rest periods where you just, out of boredom, would begin writing songs.
Paul says there's no better time to think about music than when he's heading down the highway.
Yeah, the motor going down the road that's your accompaniment, and yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't think that this 505 Detroit with these super singles, I don't think it doesn't have the same pitch as say a 4 1/4 B model Cat with dual tires. It's a lower hum, and I'm not kidding. I know this seems really like this is kind of a quirky observation, but the best motor to write songs to is a Caterpillar. This Detroit's just too darn quiet.
His most recent song, When He Reached Down His Hand for Me, was based on a scary experience while he was trucking.
I think I could legitimately call it a near-death experience. I was hit head-on by a set of duels on Christmas Eve of 2022, and miraculously, even though it threw me into oncoming westbound traffic, nobody received a scratch. We didn't even lose a case of yogurt, even though that when the tires hit me, they knocked the tire off my rim and made my axle go to a 45-degree angle, and I lost complete control of the truck. And so when the trooper drove me to the North Platte Comfort Inn on Christmas Eve, I sat there and I thought, maybe it's time to write that, put out that gospel album. And so this song that we did, I've always wanted to do a song in a junkyard. And we have a wonderful patron called Circle C Trucks and Equipment. They're out of Tompkinsville, Kentucky. And these are people who have just really been very generous in helping us meet our production costs for new albums. And but he asked if I could swing by for dinner if I was near. And we were coming home from Tony Justice's show in Bristol, and I said, let's go see him. And I learned that the song, his wife's favorite song is When He Reached Down His Hand for Me, which is a very old traditional gospel song. And that was also my favorite song on the album. So the next day we came back and we shot that album, or that song rather. And I love those. This junkyard is massive. I think he's probably got 3 or 4 acres of nothing but just junk Peterbilts. And these trucks, to me, they were like, trucks are kind of like an extension of our identity. At least to me, they are as a trucker. Like these trucks that were just completely, lost their motors, had everything taken out from them, and many of them were wrecked badly. They look like metaphors to me, like metaphors of the human condition.
The music video features lines of destroyed semis, many customized.
That's exactly what we were trying to that's the story we were trying to tell. Like, at one point you've got a slogan, you pay a sign painter to put that slogan on the back of your truck. You think so much of that slogan, and then, but we're all heading for the same place. Like, I'm sorry, that's dark, but it kind of is true.
Paul has written many non-trucking related songs, but it's the ones that feature semis that seem to get the most attention.
There's probably as many non-trucking songs as there are trucking songs, but the ones that really seem to pop are the trucking videos. And it is sort of like, just to give you a story, Marcia Campbell, God bless her, she invited me to come on to WSM on her show. She had an all-night trucking show, and play some songs and tell some stories. And we get down to Nashville, and everybody there is younger than me, skinnier than me, can play the guitar better than me. And I'm like, well, why are they not on this show? And I think it's because there is a certain, if you've been a trucker, it is sort of a, I see trucking music as sort of an allegory for the journey of life. There are takeaways from a good trucking song that can be applied to different life situations. And I'm not, at one point, I can remember saying early on, well, I want to write songs about life. I don't want to just write trucking songs and be consigned to this topical ghetto of trucking. But it is a great part of what I do. Most of our lives are spent working at some job. And so it's a material-rich area for me.
And you might be wondering, where does the name Long Haul Paul come from?
Well, my first 2 albums were released under my name, Paul Marhofer. And then on the 3rd album, we got signed to a label. And he said, your name's kind of hard to pronounce. And I said, yeah, because I had heard this DJ. There's a DJ out of North Carolina that was spinning my stuff. And he couldn't pronounce my name, and he fumbled over the air, and he got frustrated over the air. And I said, well, my CB handle is Long Haul Paul. He asked if I had any other nicknames. And so that was my CB handle. And it is easier for people to remember. Although it does, yes, it's kind of corny, but people do remember it.
If you'd like to listen to his music, you can visit him on YouTube at Long Haul Paul Music.
When he reached down his hand for me,
Our thanks to Long Haul Paul for taking some time on one of his trips there to chat with us.
Love it.
Love it. One of my favorite parts of the interview was him talking about his most memorable load. And it really wasn't the load. It was more where he was going and the people that he met along the way, which I thought was
That's what
really
it's always
cool.
about.
That's what it's about.
Always about the people.
Yeah,
Yep, those are
exactly.
the memories, for sure. We had a chance, or didn't have a chance actually, to get into the news of the day here, Ashley, because we were speaking with Danny Schnautz earlier about the flooding there in Texas. We're going to take a very quick break, but when we come back, we've got a few news items that we'd like to tell you about, so we'll do that right after this.
Allen and Company and Big Al will be at the I-80 Truckers Jamboree. See you there.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Scott still here.
Ashley is still here indeed.
She is still here as well. As we mentioned there, we did not get a chance to go over today's news because of that chat with Danny Schnautz, so we will do that right now. The first thing we want to tell you about is a new recall. This is affecting tens of thousands of Peterbilt and Kenworth trucks out there. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration saying this is over a lighting issue. More than 56,000 Packard trucks are getting the recall treatment here, but only a fraction are believed to have that problem. And the problem itself, Ashley, is that with the tail brake light, upper and lower beam headlights, reverse light, and turn signals, they apparently may not light up sufficiently, and when the signal warning lights are on, the lift axles may revert to a raised position when lowered or oscillate up and down. You don't want that. Several Kenworth models ranging in model year from 2023 to 2026 are on the list. So are several Peterbilt models of those same model years there as well. We're not going to list all of them because there are so many different ones here. But if you're concerned that your truck may be affected with this one, you, of course, should contact Peterbilt or Kenworth customer service for more information. Always want to be careful. Better safe than sorry on these recalls.
And that seems like a lot.
Yeah, 56,000 Packard trucks is a lot. But again, they think only a fraction of them have this problem, but they're going to have to check them out to make sure. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Switching over to trucking job numbers. They are down again for the month of June. This is the second straight month that numbers have declined. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, where we look for these numbers, nearly 3,000 truck driver jobs were lost last month. 1,000 were lost the month before. Back in March, we did see a surge, however, which was the biggest in nearly 3 years. And that, of course, was ahead of the tariff implementation. David Spencer, who is the vice president of market intelligence at Arrive Logistics, recently told Landline that economic conditions are clearly having an impact on equipment ordering patterns, as carriers are holding off on investing in new assets, which will lead to additional downward pressure on trucking employment. As the year goes on, carriers will do everything they can to retain quality drivers, but equipment reductions alone could lead to some future reductions in employment to the driver population. And of course, weak demand is putting pressure on spot rates, but overall, transportation sector jobs did see an increase by 7,500 jobs in June, and the overall unemployment rate fell from 4.2% to 4.1%.
Yeah, interesting numbers there, and we've seen this. We've talked to a couple of people about this as well, but the uncertainty, I think, about the tariff situation is driving some of this, and clearly, coming out in these numbers that we saw there in June. We'll keep an eye on those for the time being and see where all that ends up here. We also talked, Ashley, in recent weeks about Transportation Secretary Duffy, that list of 9 things that they're going to do here to kind of, make trucking a better, better and easier, a better place for everybody. One of the things that they mentioned in there was the National Consumer Complaint Database, which we've talked about before. OIDA, there was a comment period. OIDA submitted comments on how to improve that system. And basically, I think the idea would be let's throw it all out. But that wasn't the comment necessarily. They did mention a couple new names, perhaps. National Truck Safety Hotline was one suggestion they had. Truck Safety and Compliance Hotline being another.
It's going to have to be an acronym, though.
Yes, yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah. Now it's the NCCDB, which could use some work as well. But OIDA essentially saying this system has not lived up to its purpose. Obviously, the idea is it's supposed to be a place for drivers and carriers to report instances of coercion and unsafe practices to FMCSA. But in those comments, OIDA wrote that basically truckers are not getting a satisfactory response when they call the hotline or submitting a problem through that online portal. If they even get a response at all, that's part of the problem as well. So essentially, they're saying this is discouraging truckers from even trying to report these things.
Super frustrating.
Yeah. So what they're doing, in these comments, and FMCSA and USDOT are going to do something about this. They're trying to figure out what exactly to do. OIDA given those ideas for the hotline name, essentially saying, "Hey, let's do this." And again, they're trying to do this. They're trying to make this move to a more user-friendly, mobile-friendly system there. And I think the goal is to have that in place by the end of September. So that's coming up pretty quickly here. And if they can get it right, I mean, that'd be a good
wonderful
thing.
Yeah. Something that isn't right, a new scam to tell you about related to MCS 150 filing. There are reports of people getting emails from U.S. Carriers Safety and Compliance, not from a real business address, and the phone number has been flagged for robocall scams. It is neat nowadays, and I often do this when my phone's ringing and I see a phone number pop up. If you Google it, you can see if it's like a common scam. Sometimes, yeah. Definitely not every time. But OIDA's compliance department has heard from a few people. One person sent in an invoice. They charged $369 for filing, which of course is a huge amount given that motor carriers can file the MCS 150 on their own for free.
Yeah, and if you've got questions or concerns about this, you can contact OIDA. They'll answer that question for you as to whether it is legit or not. They'll even help you file. There's a small fee associated with it. It is not $369.
It's not that much.
But yeah, please be careful out there, folks, because these scams they look legit in a lot of cases. And this one, at first glance kind of does as well. But you got to be careful. Yeah, U.S. Carrier Safety and Compliance. Do not fall for it if you get an email from them. One real quick one here before we talk about a new development out of TSA, which I think maybe we're both excited about. Diesel prices, though, let's talk about them real quick here. The Energy Information Administration this week reporting last week's national average hitting $3.57 a gallon. That's up 10 cents from the previous week. That is now 2 straight weeks of increases following 7 straight weeks of decline. Every region in the U.S. saw prices go up. The situation in the Middle East, I think, is the reason for this. That's what experts are attributing the rise to as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. But this is another burden that people don't need. Again, if you can charge that fuel surcharge, do that. That will take some of the sting away. But back on the rise for now.
Yeah. And when it comes to flying, which I know we've both done, I would say most people would say the most annoying part is taking off your shoes and then scrambling.
I have a long list, but
scrambling to get them back on.
Yes. Good news.
Good news. You can now keep your shoes on through airport security. The Transportation Secretary Administration is phasing out that requirement, and I learned a little bit of history on this. It was put in place back in 2005. It was 5 years after the shoe bomber tried to use matches to ignite explosives hidden in his shoes.
2006, I think it was.
2006.
Yep.
On a flight from Paris to Miami, and that's what
prompted this.
Prompted it.
Yeah, and now it's going away.
Recently, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem spoke about why they made this decision.
TSA first implemented the no shoes policy in 2006, almost 20 years ago. And in those 20 years, since that policy was put in place, our security technology has changed dramatically. It's evolved. TSA has changed. We have a multi-layered, whole-of-government approach now to security and to the environment that people anticipate and experience when they come into an airport that has been honed and it's been hardened. We are very confident that we can continue to provide hospitality to folks and for American travelers and for those visiting our country while maintaining the same standard of security for passengers and for our homeland.
And the world rejoiced.
Yes. People are pumped. I'm curious, what else do you think could change in aviation with the technology advancements like this one. Do you think there's anything else?
I have no idea. As you know, I'm fascinated by artificial intelligence, so I'm real curious to find out how that changes pretty much every aspect. It's going to change every aspect of our life for better or worse. In some cases. So I don't know. You would feel like at this point, they have that scanner thing. You put your hands up and it swirls around you like in
you really fast.
Total Recall, and you would think with that they'd be able to find out. And I think that's part of the reason maybe why we don't have to take our shoes off anymore.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think I really cared.
About the shoes?
It was part of the experience.
Yeah, well, I suppose. See, you're one of the people that they love to see come through. They're like, oh, here she comes.
I'm prepared.
She's
I'm ready.
okay with the shoes.
I do always panic, though, because you've got to have those, like, gray bins, and I always have, like, a bag. And it's just
there's a lot of pressure.
There's a lot
and then if you make the wrong, if you don't put the right thing in the bin or you put the wrong thing out of the bin, then you get that disappointed look from the TSA agent.
I also love when they're like, "Do you have a belt on?" And I'm checking. I know darn well I don't have a belt on, but I'm just panicked.
Yeah. It feel after 9/11, it felt almost like they were going to. It was almost like everybody stripped down your underwear.
Super intrusive. Yeah.
I mean, it feels like that in some cases, but this is one of these issues with the shoe situation that. I don't care what side of the political aisle you come from.
I think we can all agree.
I don't care what part of the country you're from, or whether you believe the Earth is flat or round.
I think we can all
agree
rejoice.
In kumbaya that we don't have to take our
shoes on.
Take our shoes off at the airport anymore. Yep. We're going to keep our shoes on for the next day or so. We'll have our shoes on tomorrow.
Yes.
And we've got a brand new episode of Trucking with OIDA. Mm-hmm. We've got an exciting one for you. Don't want to spoil it, but please do tune in to that. And we'll see you then. Thank you for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why Wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
In trucking, financial security in retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.